She would have loved to be personally here, but there is so much on her table. There is this saying in Yoruba language that ọmọdé ò mọ ògùn, ó ń pè lẹ́fọ̀ọ́. You agree with me?
Yes,
That's what they say. And that is exactly what Past Harbor stands for. They say a child calls everything or every leaf vegetable, not knowing what they are used for. And I want to thank the management of Samuel Adegboyega University for putting this together, especially the Department of Basic and Applied Sciences. Well done to you all. SAU is a household name, especially in my household. The school is doing very well, I must say so. 2 of my children actually finished from this institution, and they are doing very, very well. One in 2007, Austin Okosun, read computer science. He has just completed his master's. Then, just recently, from the Department of Mass Communication, Precious Okosun, she is presently serving at DBS, Data Broadcasting Service. They are doing very well. She came home the other day, I was telling me, Dad, I joined them in doing this. They were asking me, where did you trade? Where did you finish? I said, that is South for you. So I want the school to keep up. More grace to your elbow. Having said that, I want to round it up by saying that I think Samuel Adegboyega University is due, with what I've seen so far, with what I've heard so far, the school is due for the Faculty of Pharmacy and Pharmaceutical Sciences. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Dr. Kosun. We appreciate your presence. And thank you so much for bringing your kids to this place. Students, did you hear that? You see, when you're in Samuel Adegboyega University, so when you come around weekends, you look around like, I would have preferred Unilag, I would have preferred Uniben, but you can hear it. That is a testimony from a parent, and that is what we hear every day. Our students are doing well, and you will not be an exception in Jesus' name. I want to say congratulations for you to be part of this. I can't remember ever taking part in any of these conferences while I was in the university. Where is the time? Who will even tell you? So, but here you are. The fewer, the better. Thank you so much, Dr. Okosun, for your goodwill message. I have the singular honor also to call on Dr. Bartholomew J. Sibra, the Honorable Commissioner for Ministry of Science and Technology. Honorable sir.
The representative of the Vice Chancellor, the honorables seated, please kindly permit me to stand on the established protocols. Well, it's my delight to really give this goodwill message. When this invitation for this conference came, I looked at it. I'm not too familiar with Samuel Adegboyega University, but Pax Herbal is a name that I'll be very familiar with. When I saw that a collaboration is in place between the university and Pax Herbal, I knew that something important was going to be discussed. And as a scientist, naturally, I'm interested in phytomedicine And I've done research in that area, and I put students in that area too. By the way, though I serve now as Honorable Commissioner for Science and Technology in Edo State, I'm actually a lecturer at the Federal University in Oyo Ekiti. And I'll still remain a lecturer because I know very soon I'll go back to the classroom. I would say that His Excellency, the Governor of Edo State, Godwin Obaseki, places much emphasis on innovations. In fact, from governance to science and technology, he is so much interested in innovations. And at the moment, science and technology is saddled with a task to ensure that both the governance and the economy of Edo State is purely run based on technology. And anything that has to do with innovations and technology, therefore, the government is very quite interested. And that is why they are investing on so much on science and technology at the moment. And we all know that herbal medicine cannot be swept under the carpet. Unfortunately, in this part of the world, we don't give much room for herbal medicine practice. I was opportune to work at the Nigerian Institute of Medical Research in Yaba, where the keynote speaker is currently the chief executive. I served there for over 20 years, and we know the importance of herbal medicine. So I'm glad that the School of Basic and Applied Sciences in this university is collaborating with Parks Herbals to make sure that there is much attention given to herbal medicine, and to ensure so that maybe a kind of synergy could be established, especially the management of various diseases. We all know the toxic effects of most of the orthodox drugs. If we want people to actually adhere to treatment and then complete their dosages, herbal drugs are usually the first choice because they present less problems when it comes to the toxic effects and all that. They are cheaper anyway to assess. So I want to encourage that Abu done one, and this is the second. Do not relax. Make it a bigger event. I've come, I've seen, and I'm sure that future events, the Ministry of Science and Technology, because we are interested in innovations, we collaborate with the University and Park Herbert. So I wish you all a very fruitful deliberation. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable Commissioner. Thank you so much, Honorable Commissioner. We heard it. I'm not preempting my boss, the Vice Chancellor or the organizers of this great occasion. Commissioner, sir, just take note, be aware, be notified that the next one, you'll be one of our special guests. Thank you so much. He has said it all. He said he's interested, and the whole ministry will be glad to partner with Samuel Adegboyega University and Pass Harbor International. We are forging ahead. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Honorable Commissioner Bartholomew J.C. Bra. A nice one. We're still having issues with, okay, we can go on. I'm reliably informed that we've been connected and we continue from where we stop. I will now call on my co-MC, my colleague, to please read the citation of Abdul Rahman. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. The Vice Chancellor, ably represented, and all guests invited, Royal Highness, sir. I have the pleasure again to be the forerunner, just like John the Baptist, having read the citation of the former guest speaker, and to read again the biography of Professor Ezzeldin Mokhtar Abdurrahman. Ezzeldin Mokhtar Abdurrahman is a distinguished Abosite, respected academic, and renowned professor of pharmacognosy and drug development. He served as the 7th Dean of the Faculty of Pharmaceutical Science and former substantive Vice Chancellor, both Kaduna and Bauchi State Universities, as well as National President, Nigerian Society of Pharmacognosy, NSP. He is a dedicated academic, and Ezzeldin Mokhtar Abdurrahman has served in various capacities in the university system. He was head of department, Pharmacognosy and Drug Development, and later he rose to the rank of the Dean, Faculty of Pharmaceutical Sciences, Ahmadu Bello University, Zaria. Born on 18th November 1957, Professor Ezzeldin Mokhtar Abdurrahman hails from Zaria local government area in Kaduna State. He attended Banha Primary School, Cairo, Egypt, from 1963 to 1969. Also Banha Preparation School, Cairo, Egypt, from 1969 to 1972. Also Banha Secondary School, Cairo, Egypt, from 1972 to 1975. And of course, the Faculty of Pharmaceutical Sciences, Cairo University, Egypt, where he bagged his B.Pharm degree in 1980. An unrelenting Abdurrahman returned to the land of his nativity to further his academic career and subsequently obtained his Master of Science and PhD degrees in pharmacognosy from the Ahmadu Bello University, ABU Zaria, in 1986 and 1993, respectively. He also obtained an MBA in 1997 from the same institution. The Don, who has garnered work experiences from various departments of various institutions as a lecturer, examiner, researcher, and administrator, got his first appointment in June 1983 with ABU Zaria. The very diligent professor, who has over 40 of his papers published in various journals, was appointed the pioneer director of the School of Basic and Remedial Studies, ABU Funtua Campus, Katsina State. Thereafter, he was made the Vice Chancellor of Kaduna State University, a position he held for a whopping 5 years, from Monday, June 1, 2007 to Saturday, December 31st, 2011, before assuming his present status. As an international figure, Abdurrahman has served as a research fellow in the School of Pharmacy at King's College, University of London, United Kingdom. He has also conducted research on Nigerian medicinal plants used in the treatment of HIV. Truly, this man has contributed to humanity and the race of man at large. Aside from his academic activities, Abdurrahman has been an active member of the Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria, PSN, with various responsibilities from his school days. He was the Assistant Secretary, PSN, Kaduna State Branch, also the Public Relations Officer, Vice Chairman, Chairman, and ex-official member of PSN of the same state. A Merit Award winner of PSN Kaduna State and PANSABU in 1994 and 1995, respectively. Actually, his awards are endless here. Time will not permit us to read them all. Professor Abdurrahman is a fellow of the West African Postgraduate School College of Pharmacists, WAPCP, also the Nigerian Academy of Pharmacy, and also the Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria, PSN. Professor Abdurrahman, who is happily married with children, also speaks English, Arabic, and Hausa all fluently. Let us jam our hands together as I make welcome the multilingual, the very diverse Professor Ezzeldin Mokhtar Abdurrahman.
Hello. Good afternoon. Hello. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen.
Good afternoon, sir. We can hear you.
Okay, very good, very good. Thank you very much. Let me start by congratulating Professor Babatunde Idowu, the Vice Chancellor of the Samuel Adebayo University, and also congratulate the guest speaker and guest of honor, and His Royal Highness. Congratulations also should be done to the local organizing committee, especially Dr. Onopendi, for successful management of the conference opening ceremony. Let me start by introducing my paper. Is about herbal medicine, and I selected a topic, the practice of herbal medicine in the treatment of diabetes. A short introduction to herbal medicine, which I believe the first two speakers, the honorable speakers, they presented herbal medicine very well and give all of us an idea about herbal medicine in Nigeria, in Africa, and worldwide. Nobody can deny herbal medicine its own right in the practice of medicine in Nigeria or Africa or in the world. Without herbal medicine, there will not be any civilization, there will not be any mankind or any development or progress. I selected the practice of herbal medicine in the treatment of diabetes. Diabetes is a very worldwide. It can be divided into many classes, but the major two classes of diabetes, there are two types. They stand out as the major types of diabetes. One we call it type 1, and another type we call it type 2. Type 1 has another name, insulin-dependent diabetes. And the second type we call it non-insulin-dependent diabetes. From the definition, that means type 1 depends on insulin, which is a hormone for its treatment. Then the second type, which is non-insulin dependent, that means it can be, other treatment can be used, either tablets or injections, and it can be used any medicinal treatment for it. Diabetes causes a high percentage of mortality, both the two types, type 1 and type 2. And they cause what we call it disorders, or what we call it diseases, before even it manifests. And these diseases, it may affect retinopathy, it affects the retina of the eye, and may lead to blindness, or nephropathy, which can affect so many organs on the body. And of course, macrovascular, it can cause a lot of diseases, and especially heart problem and hypertension, and it can lead to death. Currently, there are growing interest in herbal remedies due to the side effects associated with the therapeutic agent administered for the management of diseases. Worldwide, since a long time, we have started looking into the contribution of herbal medicinal plants for the treatment of diabetes since a long time. And so far, there are more than 1,000 plant species used worldwide for the treatment of diabetes or diabetes products. And this is to avoid the side effects of the pharmaceutical manufactured anti-diabetic agents. We had to look into the scientific aspects of the application of herbal medicine in the treatment of diabetes and how these medicinal plants exert their effects as anti-diabetic agents. And we have learned a lot since we started working on the pharmacology and toxicology of medicinal plants which are used for as anti-diabetic agents. And some of these medicinal plants give us an insight into the mechanism of action of these medicinal plants and has given us the way and the lead to manufacture medicinal compounds and pharmaceutical agents which are used even up to now as anti-diabetic agents. Here in this table, we can see there are so many drugs, and these drugs we listed their mechanism of action as anti-diabetic agents. And most of these activities, we discovered it when we started using the medicinal plants as anti-diabetic and testing them either in laboratory animals or, of course, some pharmaceutical based experiments. The main activities of anti-diabetic agents either to stimulate the pancreas to release more insulin or inhibit the hormones which increases blood glucose, or like number C, increase number or affinity or sensitivity of insulin receptors to insulin, or decrease the release of glycogen, or enhance the use of glucose in the tissues and organs. Or we have what we call them free radicals, which they resist lipid pre-oxidation, and they need what we call antioxidants to remove all this reactive oxygen or reactive nitrogen. Then lastly, we have that mechanism which we call it improvement in the macro circulation in the body. All these different mechanisms of action, a large number of them, we observe them and we discover them by examining and analysis the mechanism of action of anti-diabetic medicinal plants. To evaluate how a plant has anti-diabetic activity or not, since a long time, or by the time we developed different ways to evaluate the anti-diabetic activity. We have what we call in vivo animal models and in vitro animal models. In vivo animal models, that is, we use laboratory animals live and under regulated conditions and controlled procedures approved by the university management. We do pharmacological induction of diabetes in the animal. Then some will conduct surgical models for them by removing their pancreas, or some will do genetic models of diabetes, develop genetic models of rats, which are will be diabetic animals to induce genetic changes, induce genetic changing, and produce genetically diabetic animals. We have also in vitro models. In vitro models, we do them outside the animals. We don't use animals, we use chemical experiments. And in these chemical experiments, like in vitro studies on insulin secretion, studies using isolated pancreatic cell lines, or studies using insulin secreting cell lines, or in vitro studies in glucose uptake. Then lastly, we have what we call it clinical evaluation of anti-diabetic activity. And this one, of course, is very rare, and we do it when we reach a certain position. Then we have what we call it comprehensive evidence-based assessment of anti-diabetic medicinal plants. And for the comprehensive base, we have two major types of activities. We monitor them. We have primary anti-diabetic biological activities and secondary anti-diabetic biological activities. In primary anti-diabetic biological activities, we refer to those observed on cell producing like pancreas cells, or response of such cells like muscles, liver, adipose tissues to insulin. So we are involved in glucose absorption from the intestine. These primary anti-diabetic biological activities, we look into organs like pancreas or muscles or livers, and we examine their response to insulin. Then we have secondary anti-diabetic biological activities, that is general parameters on the body, such as oxidative stress, inflammation, to parameters related to the complication of diabetes or to the assessment of potential toxicity or herb drug interaction. In vitro screening for primary anti-diabetic activities, we do different assays like potentiation of glucose stimulated insulin secretion. We have assay also for potentiation of glucose transport, or assay for potentiation of adipogenesis. Then we have assay for modulation of hepatic glucose metabolism. Then we have assay for inhibition of intestinal glucose absorption. In vitro screening for secondary plant metabolites, we have different types of assays. Some of them, like cytochrome B450 inhibition, is safe for neuroprotective activity, is safe for antioxidant activity, assay for anti-glycation glycation activity. Then we have assay for anti-inflammatory activities. These are different types of assay. We do it for the secondary anti-diabetic activity. By the time we put all these results together, we'll have an idea. Is this true anti-diabetic activity or not? So that's why it is important to have a group of chemical and biological assays. We have to do it together, whether in vitro or in vivo, to reach to the right decision. We will not forget we are working on medicinal plants. So I will give some examples of phytochemicals. They were successfully isolated for medicinal plants with known anti-diabetic activities. Then we were able to get these medicinal plants and work on them and isolate successfully the active constituents. We have number one, of course, medicinal plants. We divide them into certain phytochemical groups: alkaloids, glycosides, saponins, phenolic compound, steroids, and what have you. So I will give here examples of some of the successful ones. We have caswarine. Caswarine, you can see the chemical structure, is an alkaloid. and they started working on it for quite some time. The medicinal plant in Hausa, we call it kanumfari. I don't know other names, but this is the English name, Tizigium, and the Hausa name is kanumfari, and successfully were able to isolate the active constituent. We have also a type for flavonoids. Flavonoids, as you can see, the phenolic compound, it belongs to family Lamiaceae, and they were able to isolate this active constituent, which is highly active and has what we call it alpha glucosidase inhibitory activity. And the plant and this compound, they are used diabetes nowadays. We have an example for terpenes. You can see the chemical structure. This one also were able to isolate it from the plant material, and it has anti-diabetic activity. We have another one plant for phenolic compounds. These are phenolic compounds from Myristica and family Myrtaceae, and you can see the chemical structure, and it is working, and it has a good anti-diabetic activity. In conclusion, there are so many things. I may not have discussed it in this slide, but number one, question: do we have to isolate the active constituent for medicinal plants and do all this scientific investigation, pharmacological, toxicological, phytochemical, chemistry, stereochemistry, and all the things? Yes or no? Of course, yes, it is necessary. If we have the facilities, it's good for us to know why this activity of the medicinal plants, what is the mechanism of activity, what are the agents present on the plant causing this activity. I agree with you, sometimes and in so many cases, it takes a long time. And there are so medicinal plants, they have anti-diabetic activity, and we don't know too much about their chemical composition. And I believe WHO since a long time, they said, as long as plant material is active and is not toxic and they have no toxic activity, and since it has been used for a long time in the traditional medicine of the country or the region as anti-diabetic even, they allow us to use it and prescribe it because of the long use of the plant material and because of the known activity of material, and the most important thing, it has no known toxic activity. But they encourage us to do the scientific investigation, the pharmacological, biological, and phytochemical, because of standardization and for further protection of course, the human race. For us to study all the phytochemical composition and pharmacological investigation and biological activity, it is not an easy work. It needs a lot of investment and a team to work. One single team cannot do this work even for one plant material. You need a pharmacologist to investigate the pharmacological activity of the crude extract of the plant material. Pharmacologist is a gentleman who specializes in studying or analyzing the effect of chemical components on animals, whether these animals would be big animals or small animals. You need somebody, a pharmacologist, who is specializing in study the effect of these chemicals in the different organs of the body of animals. You need also a toxicologist. A toxicologist is the gentleman who is specialized in the examination and the studies of the toxic effects of chemical components on animals and the organs of the animals. You need a phytochemist. A phytochemist is a chemistry man who has good background on medicinal plants and also chemistry, and he knows how to isolate the different active constituent of the plant compounds in their different phytochemical groups. You need an organic chemist. An organic chemist is a gentleman who specializes in study chemistry, organic chemistry, and he knows how to analyze this chemical component using what you call it spectroscopic techniques. You need, of course, after that, a botanical man. A botanical man who is a gentleman who specializes in botany, and he knows how to do taxonomy, plant taxonomy, and differentiate the plant material belongs to which family, which species, which genus. Otherwise, you will end up using a wrong plant material. So what I want to say, the work on medicinal plants to be effective and for us to get results, we have to get a team. That team is made of various scientists. They have to come together and work together. And of course, after getting the team, the most important thing, you have to equip them very well. They need access to equipment, a lot of equipments, a lot of chemicals, a lot of reagents. To conclude my work, and let me listen to you on your comments and your questions. Medicinal plants provide unlimited source of phytochemicals to study and evaluate for the treatment of diabetes. Herbal products are traditionally used long ago in many cultures for the treatment of diabetes. There is a strong need to establish a center to coordinate the effort of scientists searching for treatment of diabetes in Africa, to make their effort result-oriented and beneficial to diabetes sufferers. Thank you very much, and thank you for listening to me. Thank you.
Abdul Rahman, for that beautiful presentation. Without wasting our time, I'm aware that Professor Semota is on. I'm aware that Professor Semota is online. We'll just take his brief presentation now, and we'll take it from there. His citation has been taken. Please, put on Professor Semota, please.
Hello. Okay. Am I getting through to you? Hello? Hello? Hello?
We're with you, sir. We can hear you clearly, sir.
You have, okay, thanks so much. It's not easy to get across to you from 6,000 kilometers away. And you are on a G3, we are on G5 here. So the bandwidth makes a whole lot of a difference. You've had a lot of breakdown and restarting and continuing and so on and so forth. But to be very brief, I will not spend much time. I'm going to focus on just 4 or 5 minutes to deliver what the core points I have to say in this whole issue. First of all, I stand by the compliance with protocol. Please permit me to appreciate the formidable work being done by the. Hello, are you hearing me now? Jeez, it's gone again. Do you hear? Hello?
We can hear you. Continue.
Oh, you can hear me, but do you see me? Because
don't give us water.
hello?
We can hear you. Clearly, sir.
You can hear me. Okay. Anyhow, okay. I said in compliance with protocol, permit me to appreciate the formidable work being done by the Vice Chancellor of the Samuel Adegboyega University for what many universities in Nigeria should have done many years back by unfolding focused and result-oriented collaboration with platforms like Pax Herbal, the flag bearer of medicinal plants in Nigeria. That being said, I'm going to move on just to let you know, you have already kind of introduced me, but I repeat who I am. My name is Edwin Scott Asamota, Osawe from Benin City, and I'm a professor of aerospace medicine, aeronautic medicine, and community development. A former physician consultant for the US government, sub-Saharan Europe, Middle East, and Africa. And I'm also a United Nations Goodwill Ambassador for Sustainable Development. I have been sufficiently exposed, therefore, to know that pushing medicinal plants to become universally accessible to all patients in Nigeria is the way to go. Is the way to allow the United Nations to achieve the so-called SDG goal number 4. It is health for all. The world waits for breakthrough from African medicinal plants to see how you can go from, for example, Pax Herbal Farms laboratory to every home in Nigeria. This will be the breakthrough that I'm talking about. Please position the slide number 4. Is this 4? Could you position slide number 9? Hello? Could you position slide number 9? Okay. You don't hear me. What happened?
Professor, is that the slide on plant vaccine?
Well, that is will come later, but if the slide I wanted was the one on the home is called home hospital medicine box.
Home hospital medicine box. Home
slide
hospital
6.
Medicine box. That's slide 6.
6. Slide 6.
The slide on home hospital medicine box.
Slide 6, yes. No, this is not it. This is plant vaccine. Slide 8, slide 4. Now this is it. This is slide 6.
Okay, sir.
It enables flexible access to readily available green herbal medicine. How? Every home, my strategy or my thinking, my plan is that through well-organized marketing delivery, using today's digital approach, you will be able to reach every home. And as a second project, you can get carpenters in every communities to do the little box you see there, marked white with the green cross. That is your green medicine hospital box, so that Parks Herbal or all the other group doing plant medicine can deliver directly to the house, do a little education of every family on which medicine for what, for abdominal cramps, for headaches, for anemia, for malaria, all of those things they can be done. You identify the top 10 most recurrent cases that takes the patient to the outpatient department in Nigeria. By doing that, you identified top 10 and prepare in each box at least top 10 to top 20 medicine in that box, plus educating each family on how to use that. This can be digitalized. You have a data bank for it, and you have supply chain, and you have when medicine was delivered and when the next medicine should be delivered again. And you could also back that up. Slide 7. You see slide 7? Citizens Outreach Herbal Medicine. Slide 5. It's slide 5? Slide 5. Yes, this one. You use Citizens Outreach Herbal Medicine mobile apps and reach millions of citizens. You are using a mobile apps which the citizens themselves can now decide. They can now focus and select what medicines they need for their home box and connect you by email or by SMS so that you deliver straight away. That way, you are not doing marketing as it should be done in the 21st century, also in a digital age. That way, you are able within 2 or 3 years to cover nearly the whole nation with the herbal plants. Okay. Medicine plan will reach citizens to mitigate massive influx. Yes, this is the other point I have been trying to say. There's been a massive influx of poisonous and expensive fake drugs generated through criminals in Nigeria who have developed a link with so-called airport authorities and what have you. But they're doing a huge harm to the country and to the citizen. Why? Because these fake drugs generate multiple resistant strains of microorganisms which do no longer respond to treatment. Not only that, they are expensive. They take the money from the innocent citizens who are fight tooth and nail to make some money, and yet the medicines are useless. Therefore, by having an outreach herbal medicine mobile apps to reach millions of Nigeria, combining that with the home hospital box, which can be produced, will change a lot of things in Nigeria. The next thing that could be, we go to slide 6. The slide 4. Sorry, slide 4. The key. Are you hearing me? The key approach that could make a difference is to make such approach, such plans, such recommendations that I have reeled out to make it a United Nations action campaign. It becomes an SDG, a UN SDG campaign for development. One, you can access a lot of funds to unfold all the things you have been thinking about. 2, you can get the support of people like Mrs. Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala, who has been a member of the innovative and breakthrough programs like this. So I should go quickly before my time goes away. That finally, another breakthrough that we advanced is the plant vaccine. You have followed the use of vaccine as a result of the coronavirus input. Vaccine is the latest things in preventive medicine. It's not only for viruses, but it can be done for green medicine. You can do a plant vaccine. I have already talked with a group in America who are very much interested in developing plant vaccine, which can be developed as preventive and therapeutic tools for the medicine. So to summarize, the world waits for breakthrough from Africa, and the medicinal plants from Hebermed combined with the university in a very innovative collaborative platform could be that such breakthrough, which is consistent with United Nations Sustainable Development Goal, which I've already talked about. So I will leave it over there because there's not much time. To summarize just quickly, what we are trying to do by plants in Africa is nothing new. It is not only it's nothing new. The rest of the so-called European developed world is now moving that direction. I said if you put on slide 7, that would be the last slide. Slide 7, the advantages of herbal medicine. I put the picture of Iberogast. That is from a well-established pharmaceutical group in Germany. That is the Bayer Group. They have produced Iberogast out of plants, which is a fantastic and workable plant medicine for abdominal pain and due to bacterial infection or whatever you have. But you take that 20 drops of that within 20-30 minutes, you are back on your feet. The same thing has Dr. Farah Ansem Adodo has thousands of this type of medicines. This can be packaged and this can be distributed in every home. But beyond that, to make money, you should also include having a well standardized, purified medicine, not so many, just not one drug kills all, just 1 or 2 medicine, either for abdominal pain, either for skin care, either for headaches, either for blood pressure or diabetics, as the last speaker said, and market that in Europe. We can connect you to appropriate platforms who can, they can virus spread that, and the herbal, the Pax Herbal and the university can make a lot of money, as been done by groups from South Africa. So I know a South African group that has been marketing a herbal medicine called Ukuluambo, which is for bronchitis. That I saw about 10 years ago here. That medicine has made over 300 million euro in Europe. It can be done by Nigerians. Thank you very much for your patience, and I appreciate you inviting me to deliver my own view about what should be done and can be done. Thank you. Are we done?
Contributions so as to make this interactive enough. So please, if you have any comments or questions for distinguished Professor who just delivered a keynote speech, please, for a lecture, comments and questions. And if you have any questions from the virtual space, okay. Please, the media team, help us take note. If you have questions from this online space, please relay them to us.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Standing on the already established protocol, I want to appreciate this forum most especially for we the students, and for giving us the opportunity even to partake in this. I don't want to call it a question, but while Professor Asemota was talking, he made mention of something that they can connect us with some people so that they will help us out with some strategies in which we can put in some things in place in our motherland. So my quest is that if it can be done that we have grants for most especially institutions with such vision like this in harbor perspective, if we can get grants from the outside world coming down to such institution to help the training of such works as these in the harbor perspective, so that it will interest the student also to be able to partake in such activities. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much.
I'm thinking we can entertain the second question all at once. I'll push them forward. You're welcome, sir, for your question. Please, we would like to have your name, possibly title or your affiliation also.
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. I'm Tunde Olabi from Paxeba, a research scientist at Paxeba Clinic and Research Laboratory. Yeah, Professor Asemota, thank you very much for the wonderful presentation. I just have a question on the issue of plant vaccine. If you can kindly explain how that can be obtained, one, and the preservation, because understanding that vaccine is very delicate in terms of preservation. And are we talking about the enzymes from plants, and how just a bit elaborate on the concept of how the vaccine can be extracted from plants? Thank you.
Okay, the question is, how could these vaccines be extracted and preserved? These plant vaccines, how could they be extracted and preserved? The young man that asked the question is from Paris Harbor. Any more questions, please?
Okay, I think we have someone signifying interest. Please also let us take note. We still have the first guest lecturer, Professor Abdurrahman, on the online space. As such, we also entertain questions in that regard too. So we're taking questions for both of the lectures. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I'm called Delight Okposin from the College of from COLBAS. Thank you. Please, my question is still on vaccine. I wanted to know how does one know the lifespan of a vaccine? I mean, when we take a vaccine, we know it's to prevent this illness. How do we know when to take another dose of that vaccine? Thank you.
Thank you very much. And that's about the last question. He's asking, how do we know when to take the second dose of vaccine? If you've taken the first, at what point in time do we take the second one? And that will be all for the question section, please, for want of time. Professor.
Yeah. Okay, do you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you, sir.
Okay, the first question was how do we include the Pax Herbal and the university in an international platform abroad, so that what you have on table right now can be uplifted and taken to the next level. That is very, very, very easy. We have, I think, one of the biggest problems that I have been seeing, and I still see here, is the lack of collaboration between the governmental officials. That is, I'm talking about a foreign office, I'm talking about the ambassadorial level, and I'm talking about the presidential office or whatever, Ministry for Development. The government of Germany has a platform which welcomes a collaboration with developing nations. As I am talking, we have 4 or 5 students from South Africa who are participating in medical care programs. They are doing the so-called minimal invasive surgery, which is not available everywhere in Africa. So, and you have many more programs like that are going, but it has to be organized. It has to be linked up between the universities, between focused universities like yours, and the project that Pax Herbal has put on the ground, put together under an innovative approach for development, and then pushed through the German Ministry for Development and Education, which was led by former Minister Herr Gerd Muller, who is now the United Nations Director General for drugs in Geneva. So that is not a problem. The problem I see is the refusal of most of the Nigerian officials, governmental people, to connect with the people and with the various institutions so that they can utilize what is available abroad. Everybody is focused on England, forgets England in this respect, because when you do on a scale of 0 to 10, England is at a position 8, whereas you have Central European countries like Germany, Swedish, Holland, Belgium, way ahead and more focused and more ready to support and promote innovative programs in Africa. That's the way to go. But the university has to connect with the Ministry of Education or through the various department. But I think the best way to go and the most assured way is to connect with the embassy in the country. And for that, I can send you the appropriate address and the contact person for instance, at the University at German Embassy in Abuja to continue. So, second question, herbal vaccine, plant vaccine. Number one, to answer your question, how do we know whether the vaccine should be repeated, what quantity should be given out, what indeed is the vaccine? The vaccine is nothing but an immunological booster to fight off disease. You identify the top 10 infectious diseases, as we now see everywhere. As we are talking, we have pox, monkey chicken pox. Monkeypox, they call it. Yeah, monkeypox, which is ravaging about 20 patients. Patients now have it in England. It's been somewhere around Nigeria. I mean, I'm sure we don't do much of the follow-up, but there must be over 50 or 100 people who have that chicken pox. This kind of pox is a viral pox, which is a resurgent. It's a re-emerging pox from mutation from the virus that have mutated either from animals or from other human diseases. But back to the point, the plant vaccine is not just enzyme. It is going to be a package of immunoresponse complex, right? That is, which will be, after much research, which will be extracted from the plants. For, let's say you wanted one for tuberculosis, you could determine the plants that have been identified that are workable, and this can be reconstituted into a vaccine formula, shot into the patient as a what do you call it? As a backup in the patient's system, biological backup. That's how it is. Yeah, not an enzyme, but it is it's a complex of active ingredients which can be used to stimulate the patient's antibody response to fight against the infection. Yeah, that particular infection. It's got to be specified on that. So, will they be? That involves clinical trial must be done. That involves doing before you can allow the vaccine to go into circulation. A clinical trial, including phase 1, phase 2, phase 3, phase 4, must be done before they are deployed. That requires, again, a collaboration with, for instance, the Institute of Virology in Abuja or in Lagos or wherever it is now, that to collaborate to generate this vaccine and do the so-called clinical trial period for selected cases. Yeah. As we talk, the Europeans are working on doing a vaccine for malaria. Why? Because billions have been released by the world so-called World Health Organization to fight malaria in Nigeria for the past 30, 40 years. We have not gotten the expected breakthrough yet on malaria. The use of mosquito net is a scam. I call it a scam. Why? Because mosquitoes don't bite only at night when you are in bed. Mosquito already bite you when you sit outside in the evening, chatting with your friends or drinking the beer, and children playing before they even go to bed. That means the Anopheles mosquito has already transmitted the sporocytes into your system even before you go to bed. So the use of a mosquito net is another scam, which I said that at an international conference once in Geneva, that the World Health Organization's closed its eye and deployed to Africa. What they do was to get a few collaborators to make money by going to India or China to produce the net at a very, very cheap price and distributing and getting millions from the World Bank for that stuff. They will document. They will show you documentation that yes, before malaria mosquito net came, so millions we have acute malaria, but after it came, so million. But the truth is, when you look at the honest observation, I should think about 60 to 70, if I'm not wrong, percent of every visit to the outpatient in Nigeria and in most African countries still involve malaria attack. So what has the mosquito net done over 20, 30 years? Juxtaposition against the billions or millions of dollars used to do that. A vaccine targeting against malaria will save that, will stop that, and correct the deficit and help the poor innocent patients who suffer from that. What was the other question concerning the vaccine you wanted to know? Basically, as I said, it requires clinical trial. It requires collaboration with a virological department and to work this out, and of course with an international platform. And that I can also work out, connecting you guys to an international platform to generate vaccine. There is a Green Medicine group in America who will be very excited to join such work. So we are looking at how to collaborate with your university, with Pax Herbal, and with, but more importantly, with United Nations Sustainable Development Goals funds. Okay. Right. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Samota. A round of applause for Professor Samota, please. But please, very much quickly, Prof, want to take this last question, please, very briefly, sir. This is coming from one Mr. Matthew from Mojega International Ventures. They are producers, of course, of herbal remedy. Now, he is asking, Prof, What is the link to connect us to move our products to Europe, as there's so many challenges in moving Nigerian herbal products? This person is asking in regard of the challenges in moving Nigerian herbal products. He is now saying, sir, if there are means or a way to link them or connect them to move products easily from here to Europe. Professor.
Okay, I know. First and foremost, there are political uh, issues there involved. And of course, the long time known, anything that comes from Africa doesn't work. That is wrong. The step one is the such group that have herbal medicine, they have to show that their product is standardized. It has been standardized and quantified. So it has a dosage that can be taken and how often, and that the dose will work. And it is specific. It's not just saying one herbal drug can treat all. Once you show or once you present a medicine as being good for headache and being good for abdominal pain, being good for hypertension, diabetes, and salmonella infection, you already defeated your purpose. So specificity is number one. So you specify your product. Number two, you quantify your product dosage. And number three, you show that your product has been cleaned, has been completely sanitized, that it has no side unwarranted side products that will interfere with the active ingredient for what you are targeting. So, like I said before, companies from South Africa are doing it, not because, of course, they're using the white boys there, but you can also do it in Nigeria, because you can, once you stick to the formula of getting your product highly standardized, well dosed, and focused on a particular disease. For example, depression. Yeah. They're looking for things for depression right here, anxiety, and neurosis. It's a lot of things here. Or lifestyle, skin, herbal medicine, for fashion today. Life is the lifestyle thing that people, all the millions want to look more beautiful, and they want their skin better. And you can also focus on things on dermatological applications. So once you define this stuff, you can send me some samples. Just send a write-up, and then I will connect you to appropriate platforms in Germany who you could begin to talk with. Okay.
All right.
That is worthy of our applause. Let's put our hands together for that.
All right, thank you so much, Prof. We are grateful. Thank you for your time. Thank you for giving very accurate answers to questions that were bothering us. Thank you so much. We appreciate you, sir.
I appreciate it. Thank you too.
Thank you so much.
Goodbye.
Thank you. Goodbye, sir.
Yeah.
A big round of applause for our Prof, Professor Mota. Though he's in faraway United States, he was able to deliver, take our questions, and answer them. Ladies and gentlemen, while Professor Samantha was talking, Professor Samantha, or the first lecture, the royal fathers in our land came in. 3 of them precisely, but we have our own father, the Onoji of Ugwa, His Royal Highness, Victor Agbomere Hizoje II, JP. A big round of applause for him, please. We have been talking in his land, and we want him just to give 1 or 2 words, encouragement, advice, or question. Zaki.
Good afternoon, everybody. You're welcome to Ogwa. We're here again after about 3 or 4 years when we had the first session. It is our pleasure to welcome you to the second Samuel Adegboyega University and Parks Herbal Clinic collaboration. This is something that we think should be even more frequent so that this collaboration can help develop our community. This synergy has helped greatly to resolving our common and perennial medical problems. And we think that it should be encouraged even more. We want to appeal to the organizers to take it further, to network with our common people, because the regular Medicare system is so expensive that a majority of our people use our traditional herbal practitioners. So we call on the organizers to synergize more with our local practitioners, help them raise their standards so that it would better help our medical systems around here, so that issues of quackery and substandard herbal drugs would not be prevalent. When you patronize quacks and poor herbal practitioners, it knocks off even the economic base of the poor people. So we appeal to our scientists here. We have listened to all you have said. Medicine should begin to go green now. God himself made the world to be green, and we have to key into it for the good and benefit of our people. Our local traditional herbal practitioners some of them are doing well, and I think we should synergize more with them so that we can get the benefits and put the science behind what they are doing for the benefit of humanity. There was something we raised at the last ceremony, at the inaugural session of this collaboration, which is that the more of our research should come out as products for the benefit of our people. We are happy that parks have been able to, from the last time we came here, parks did not have mushrooms packaged. We are happy to see mushroom packaged today. We are happy to see plantain flour and rice fortified with mushroom condiments. I think this collaboration can go further by expanding the scope of teaching our local farmers how to source for some of these natural condiments that we find in our bushes and supply them to you researchers so that they can have some economic value. They can put some money in their pocket, because the cost of raising a botanical garden now can be very challenging. And we don't seem to have a plant museum, because that was one of the things that was also talked about the other time. We don't have a plant museum, but if we can, I think we should begin to develop that so that sourcing for some of these items for production of medicinal green medicines will not be difficult. So on behalf of us in the traditional institution, we say welcome, we say thank you, and we urge the organizers to keep it up. God bless you.
Kinugi, thank you so much. I knew it. I said there must be something the king will want to tell us. that will be very vital and apt, even at a time as this. We've heard it, and I think most of the things he said were actually directed to past habits. So when a child is doing well, you knock his head to do more. And congratulations, you are doing more, and what you've done is commendable, and the king is saying we can do more. Most especially, the need to coming back to the grassroots. Come to Ogwa, we have greenlands, and I must assure you, you get all these plants you are looking for in Ogwa, somehow, anyhow, they have it. Thank you so much. Zaiki, thank you so much, sir. We are grateful we are coming to, we have clearly coming to a close of the program. We spent so much time. We want to say thank you to everyone that has been here. The Vice Chancellor, represented by Professor Hidialu, and the management staff. We thank you for your patience, and the students. Having said that, I want to call on Professor M.O. Oswide, a professor of chemistry from this college, about the oldest professor in that college today. So please give his vote of thanks. Thank you so much, sir.
Our royal fathers, Zaiki, you're welcome, and we thank you for your presence. It encouraged us to continue. We're indeed very grateful. The Vice Chancellor, Samuel Adegboga University, who is the chief host of this event, who is unavoidably absent, and ably represented by Professor J.U. Idialu, Dean of Postgraduate School, SAO, the co-hosts of this international conference, in the persons of Dr. Kingsley Neri Jofi, Acting Dean, COLBAS, and Reverend Father Dr. Anselm Adodo of Paxeba Clinic and Research Laboratories, EWU. Let me crave your indulgence. I observe the protocols already established. Ladies and gentlemen, it is well that ends well. Despite the prevailing challenges in our environment and in our dear country, Nigeria, as a whole, the second International Conference and Exhibition on Medicinal Plants in the year 2022 is ending well. We thank the creator of all the worlds. So far, so good. I want to quickly make allusions to the calls that have been made here today for synergy through collaborations. Speakers have mentioned it. His Royal Highness, Zaiki, has also mentioned it in depth. And at the high table here, we had pockets of discussion where we also mentioned that, particularly I had a discussion with Father Dodo, where we mentioned that while synergy continues, there is need to convince us, talking about those who believe in it and those who are yet to believe, on the efficacy of herbal medicine. Therefore, Father Dodo's opinion was that it is time to begin to showcase evidences of the efficacy of herbal medicine, which people still don't believe exists. Some say herbal medicine is just preventive, not curative. But some of us have seen that herbal medicine is both preventive and curative, to the extent that it can cure diabetes, by repairing the pancreas, which orthodox medicine till tomorrow says is not possible. Therefore, there is need for the extension of this collaborative effort. And I'm happy that Dr. Bartholomew JC, the Commissioner for Science and Technology at Edo State, has offered to be part of this event in future. So, Mr. Commissioner, sir, thank you very much. We are taking very strong note of that, and we will not fail to get in touch when the need arises. So, having said that, ladies and gentlemen, we thank the creator of all the worlds, our Lord and our God, for what has chanced this moment. Let me begin by thanking the Vice Chancellor, Professor A.B. Idowu, and the entire university management for the permission, the assistance, and for providing the requisite enabling environment for this conference to hold. Please, can we give a round of applause to the university management? Thank you. Thank you. We are indeed grateful. I'm sure he's watching us. We also extend our thanks and gratitude to Reverend Father Dr. Adodo and his team from Pax Herbal Clinic and Research Laboratories, EWU, for the wonderful collaborative role they played in this conference and in the previous one. Pax Herbal Clinic and Research Laboratories have become a formidable friend to this university. It is worthy of note that SAO and Pax Herbal collaborated at different fronts in the past in pursuit of learning and research, irrespective of the fact that there are differences in Christian denominational methodology, the Catholic Church and the Apostolic Church. We all belong to the body of Christ. So we are beginning to see the need to break down the wall of differences, the need to enhance religious tolerance in between faith and across faith. It brings up events like this, and it will be for the better good of everyone. Now, this collaborative effort we are having with Pax Herbal, religion, Christian doctrinal differences has never, I don't think will ever surface. We are thinking of learning, we are thinking of education, we are thinking of research. Yes. Now, I want to thank the keynote addresser in the person of Professor Babatunde Salako, Director and Chief Executive Officer, Nigerian Institute for Medical Research, Lagos, whose address was presented by his representative. We are indeed very grateful. Your prompt acceptance to participate, to give the keynote address, and your other valuable contributions are very well appreciated, sir. We thank you very much from the bottom of our heart. The lead paper presenters, in the persons of Professor Ezeldin Abdurrahman of the Department of Pharmacognosy and Chairman Governing Board, Center for Advancement of Research in Non-Communicable Diseases, Ogun State. We thank you immensely for your contribution and for the new frontiers of knowledge you have unveiled to us. Professor E.S. Asemota, Chief Executive, HealthPoint International Foundation, Germany. We are indeed very grateful for the time you took off your busy schedule, and despite all the network hitches we had, we were able to go through, and you made your contributions, which was very, very meaningful and very helpful, at least as exemplified by the responses that followed. We thank our invited guests, those who came from outside the university and the university system, in the persons of Dr. Bartholomew J.C. Bryce, Honorable Commissioner for Science and Technology, you are welcome, sir. And like I said earlier on, we are going to hold very strongly to the collaborative promise that you gave us. In our next conference, we are very likely to co-opt you, sir. Dr. A.O. Kosun, representing the Commissioner for Health, you are welcome, sir. And we thank you particularly for sending 2 of your children to school in South. And I can see you relating the experiences they had here and the value that South has added into their life, relating them with relish. And we hope you and your family, you will continually remain friends of Samuel Adegboyega University. You are very much welcome, sir. Now, once more returning home, I want to say a very big thank you to the local organizing committee chaired by Dr. Moses Kayode Onigbinde, chairman of LOC. Like I always say to young men, that you have done very well despite the prevailing challenges. I say you have reported yourself. That is what I always tell young men that perform extremely well. You have shown that you are a hard worker. And we know that the reward for hard work is more work. And I'm sure the university will pick on you anytime daunting tasks like this are to be organized. I really never knew that this pragmatic and organizational skill lies in you, Dr. Onigbinde. Thank you, and thank you also to your team. Other committees that were set up to work and that are still working, you're all young men and women. I must say that we are talking today is because of the background work that you all exerted that is making this conference come to this successful end. We are indeed very grateful. And we must say that you have contributed immensely, not to this conference, but to the university generally. And the university will take cognizance of that fact. I also appeal to the committee and to the college and to the present acting dean that the experiences that we are gathering now, we need to harness it, build on it for subsequent conferences. Because it's a culture that moves the society forward. So the culture has been established, and we're going to build on it, we're going to develop on it, with the help of the university management and all other friends of South. Pax Heba, we say a very big thank you to you and to your team, members of the committee that came from Pax Heba. You are indeed a wonderful team. Like I said earlier, a relationship has developed and it has been established between South and Pax Heba. We shall continue to ride on it. And I want to thank you all of you that keep traveling from Ewu to Ogwa to make sure that this conference takes place. Above all, we thank God Almighty who provided wisdom and strength to make this outing success, despite all the oddities of insecurity on our highways, oddities of network problems, oddities of electricity. We have prevailed, and we thank the Almighty for it. I thank all of you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Professor. We are grateful. For thanking us. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, please, we are rounding off in the next 30 minutes or thereabout to be out of this place. But the Vice Chancellor is duly represented here by one of the most senior professors on campus, Professor J.U.E. Diallo, the Dean of School of Postgraduate Studies, and he has a token for our special guest, the Vice Chancellor, please. Professor, we have in our midst the Commissioner for Health, Edo State, and the Commissioner representative of we have the Commissioner representative of Health in Edo State and the Commissioner for Science and Technology here present. Sir. Please, I want to call on Dr. Bartholomew J.C. Bry, Honorable Commissioner, Ministry of Science and Technology, for a token from our Vice Chancellor. Thank you so much. We also have here in our midst, Dr. A. Okosun. Okosun is representing the Commissioner for Health. Thank you so much, Vice Chancellor. Thank you, Honorable Commissioners, for being here. Ladies and gentlemen, we are continuing this program. There is a special presentation, herbal product presentation, to be made by Mojaga Herbal Remedy and Delphi Foods Nigeria Limited. After that, there'll be a group photograph of the principal officers, herbal representative, and the commissioners, and traditional fathers. We call on Mojaga Herbal Remedy now for their presentation. That should have been in the hall by now because we sent the signal a long time ago. Okay. Mojaga Herbal Remedy, we are waiting, please, for your presentation. The royal fathers are seated here. Honorable commissioners, they are seated here. Above all, the Vice Chancellor and the management team, they are here waiting. Mojaga Herbal Remedy. We know they are coming, we just want them to hasten up.
Okay, as we await them, please let us take the following announcements briefly. Please, by 2 p.m. prompt, we'll have virtual presentations and syndicates, which will be, of course, in 2 categories. Of course, in the first group, we have about 11 presenters, and in the second, we have 8 presenters. That is for the virtual presentation. So please, we'll have the Zoom link sent accordingly in that regard. And for those that are on site for our presentations, if you look behind us there, we'll see an arrangement of chairs behind us. So those that are here present for on-site presentations, which will start by 2 simultaneously, please, you'll have it over there. And right now, please, we need to have the Mojaga team. Please, time is not on our side. Okay, thank you.
Is that the Mojaga man?
Please, let's put our hands together for them as they step up. You're welcome to the podium, sir. You're welcome.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. the representative of the Vice Chancellor of this institution, His Royal Highness, the Enugie of Ogwa. I also want to stand on the existing protocols that have been set. I am pleased to be here to talk about this product. Originally, I wasn't the person designed to handle this part, just that we're having some technical issues. It was supposed to be presented virtually, but since we have issues, I have to take it up at this time. Mojaga Herbal Remedy is a product that is produced locally in Nigeria here. It's produced in Edo State, specifically in Benin City. We came about this product when it saved my own life in 1988. So the product is a herbal product. It's a blood builder. It's also very good for people who suffer from sickle cell anemia. It's also an immune booster. These are not just claims. They are things that have been proven scientifically based on research. A number of research has been done on this product at the Nigerian Institute of Medical Research in Yaba. Then we also have a recent research that was done at the University of Benin, the Phytomedicine Research Lab. I would want to say that I'm really happy to speak about this because some 3 years ago, I was here. The conference that was held in 2019, we spoke briefly about this product. And when you make presentations like that, people commend you. They also show you areas you also need to work on to improve. We mentioned the research we've done at that point, and one of the areas they pointed to was that we needed to go further. We had done what we call the acute toxicity study. So the profs and those who were members of the panel said that they would like to know the long-term effects of the use of this product. So they encouraged us to go for chronic toxicity. And good enough, one of the panelists then, Professor McDonald Idu, I met him at the end of the program. And so I was able to follow up. And so we've done detailed study on it. We've done the hematinic study to prove its ability to build blood empirically, not just based on testimonies or claims that people make. We also did the detailed phytochemical too, qualitative and quantitative. Then we've gone further to do the toxicity study. We did acute again, then we've also done chronic, showing that the product is safe for long-term use. For chronic toxicity, you administer the product for 90 days and see the effect that you get. Then we've gone further. Those studies we carried out were like the foundation, the preclinical studies that we had done. So we've gone to the stage of doing clinical studies. Currently, there is a clinical trial that is ongoing. In fact, it's at its final stage in 3 university teaching hospitals in Nigeria under the supervision of NAFDAC for Mojaga. And the result so far is very fine. We hope that soon the result will be published in a reputable journal. The studies we've done in UNIBEN, the Phytomedicine Research Lab, have been published. The toxicity study, the detailed phytochemical, and the hematinic study, they've all been published. Now, what is this product meant for? It's a blood builder. It builds blood. We know that blood is life. If a person is seriously anemic, no matter what you take in terms of drug, you will not get the best result from it because it is blood that carries nutrients, drugs, oxygen, and also removes waste from the system. So when the blood level is low, you would not get good results no matter what you take. So this product builds blood. I mentioned I saved my own life. My PPV dropped to as low as 12%. I was 5 years old in 1988. You can imagine a child of 5 having a PCV of 12%, the whole body white, the heart beating very fast. Anything I take, I throw up. We're using this product in about a week. The PCV level rose from 12% to 34%. The hemoglobin that was 4.1 rose to 10.8 grams per deal. So that was how we came across the product, and we decided to do further research so that people can benefit from the use of this product. So it's a very potent blood builder. It's very good for those who suffer from sickle cell anemia. It builds immunity. And for those who suffer from any other blood-related dysfunction, it's very good. And many people in the medical community are already accepting the product. Doctors, pharmacists, based on the result that they are getting from the use of the product. So it's a product that really gets to know and use. And out there, we have the product. So if you need more information, we are right here. We can always discuss with you. Thank you very much for this opportunity.
Thank you so much. God bless you. Thank you so much, sir. Next is to call on Delphi Foods Nigeria Limited to please make your presentation in just 3 minutes. Thank you so much.
Good day, everyone. My name is Millicent Tuari, CEO Defi Foods. What is Defi Food all about? Defi Food is all about using redefined mushroom. We have been into the farming of mushroom for quite some years, up to 7 years now. And we discovered that your food should be your main thing. And that is the reason why we choose out of all plants, out of all medicinal plants, we decide to pick mushroom. We did not stop there because the Chinese and the Indians have been using mushroom in form of capsules, tablets, and tea. We said, no, we need to fortify our own Nigerian-made food with mushroom. That was the reason why we went as far as fortifying a food we call swallow with one of the medicinal kind of mushroom called Ganoderma lucidium. We fortified our plantain with Ganoderma lucidium for it to not be food at the same time medicine. Because when you eat, you should at the same time take your drugs. Because I don't believe that you should always take drugs while you are supposed to eat good food, because it's because we don't eat well. That's why we fall sick. And when you fall sick, the next place you visit is the hospital. And that's the reason why we said, no, my food, my medicine. With me here, we also have another product called dry oysters mushroom. This is one of the mushrooms we use to fortify our products. And we had a recent research. These products, we have also taken it to the lab. We started with our own lab, owned by one of us here, Reverend Father Aslem Madodo. We took this product there and it was tested and we were satisfied with the results. Then we went as far again and said, no, because it's not everybody that eats swallow. A lot of us don't like taking swallow. A lot of us take rice because me, I am a rice fan. So because of that, and I also have a son that is also a rice fan. So I said, no, our rice should not just be white rice. It should be rice that is being fortified with mushroom. So I went ahead again, I did another research. I fortified this rice with Ganoderma lucidium, oysters mushroom, and the mushroom we call tubarigion. Known by the Igbos as osu, because there's so much belief that osu is only used for egusi soup. I said, no, it is not enough to only use osu for egusi soup. We went ahead and fortified this product. These are products that you cannot get anywhere in the world. I have done my research. Go and do your own. You will see that I am not just exaggerating, but I am saying the truth. So this is a unique product that you take, and I'm assuring you now that once you take these products, you are saying goodbye to sickness. It boosts your immune system. That is the first thing it does to your body. You feel that you are always strong. You don't need to start swallowing drugs when you can eat your food and let your food serve dual purpose. As small as this rice is, can satisfy 8 persons. The same thing with the swallow. As small as it is, can also do that to 6 persons. Because the more you cook it, the more it rises. So with this, if you want to know more, we are at Ira in Edo State. That's where our farm is. We also farm mushroom. We train people on how to farm mushroom. And I believe that every one of us seated here, you should have a mushroom farm. In your backyard, in your spare room you are not using. Turn it to your mushroom farm and feel the benefit of mushroom. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you so much. We appreciate you. We are sorry we are running out of time. While they were presenting their products, Dr. John of Yahweh, the Commissioner for Education, walked in, but humbly represented by Dr. Egwakide Gilbert. Commissioner, sir, you're welcome. You're welcome, sir. Thank you for honoring our invitation. We're also aware that Professor J.R. Okogun, herbal product manufacturer, is right here with us, but he's outside. We have so many participants participating online, even as we talk now. Professor Afolayan from South Africa, we say thank you. Dr. Minant from Kwasu, we say thank you. You're welcome. Ladies and gentlemen, we have come to the close of this section. But before we close, we want to call on the university librarian to give us a closing prayer. While he's taking, after the closing prayer, please, we're taking a group photograph outside. Thank you so much. Shall we pray, please? Let's raise us up to pray. Father, we give thanks to you this morning and this afternoon for what you have done for us concerning this program. You are the giver of knowledge, and you have opened our understanding to some of the things that were discussed here to beautify our life. You are the giver of life, and we want to throw every glory back to you. Thank you for the strength you have given to the planners. Thank you for those that have collaborated with this university. Thank you for our royal fathers that have come to witness this. We want to ask, oh God, that the knowledge we have received will beautify our life, will beautify our community, and our university will rise up to do more, including all our partners. Their hands shall increase, amen, and God shall be glorified. Amen. Thank you for those that has traveled far and near. We pray that they will go back to their destination safely after this program in Jesus' name. Amen. No evil shall happen to anybody. Amen. In Jesus' name we are praying. Amen. Amen. Thank you so much. Now we're going to take the national anthem, the South anthem and the national anthem. Anthem, please. The South anthem, then the national anthem. After that, please, while this thing is going, while the national anthem and the South anthem is going on, nobody is permitted to move. Please, you stand where you are. Now on the South anthem. Thank you so much. We can now please position ourselves for the group photographs. Please, it will be taken outside. Outside, please.
Please, we'll return here for the technical sessions, both online and on-site. Everything we hold here, starting 2 p.m. After taking the pictures, we'll return here for the technical sessions.
Good afternoon, everyone. I think we're getting set for the technical section. Please, we want participants to please come to this part of the hall for the technical section. Please, we're set for the technical section. Please, participants should please come to the hall, this side of the hall for the technical section. We are set for the technical section. Attention, for the technical session. Technical session is about to start. In 2 minutes, we're about to start technical session. It's part of the floor. Participants, please get ready. Get ready. We're about to start. Attention, participants, the video. Technical session is about to start in 2 minutes. Please avail yourself in the hall. In 2 minutes, please. We're about to start the technical session. Good afternoon, everybody. We're about to start technical session with Professor Ude under the existing protocol. For the online presenters, please get ready. Please get ready to share your slides for the technical section. We are about to start. Permit me to first of all recognize our admirable chairman for this session, Professor M.O. Osudi, to make a brief remark before we start the session. Thank you very much. Good afternoon.
Trying to combine the order of presentation. So those who are presenting, we just draw up the list. If they are ready, just indicate. So the organizer they are presenting. And you just do your title of the paper, you do your job, illustration, and then you conclude. So we now raise questions or inquiry on your report, your research result. Send them. I think it's very brief because we know that the highways are not too safe. No. So just quickly put your things together and get set. And the moderator is here. I hope you are around. Very much around. If there's anything you need to know, or anything you need, just all right. I'm told that Moses Ehide is present. Oh, it's online, eh? That's what I think just now, right? Because he said paper presentation. Who are those that are here? And this one, we have 4 persons. Okay. Okay, can just add it. That's very good. Thank you very much. I'm Mr. Quincy. Thank you for the marks. I think if Moses is ready, pick up. As you say, we understand that you're going to do visual presentation. So just pick up, please.
So I think for the first person, Moses Ehide, please unmute your mic and please share your screen. Share the document. Moses, can you hear me? Hello, Moses. Yes, please come online. We are waiting for you to connect. Please share your screen. Okay, I think we're having issues with the audio, but it will be set. Yes, Moses. Okay, we can see you. We can see you. We can hear. We can see you. Please share your screen.
Excellent. All right. Please, I need access to share my screen, so I'll be able to share my
Technical,
slide.
please. Access to share screen.
I need to share my.
Okay, please go ahead. Present. While we
All right.
on your slide.
Good afternoon. My name is Maurice Ehiji. I'm a graduate of biochemistry
Can you hear me?
at University. And I'll be talking on the assessment of subchronic toxicity of Monodura myristica seed essential oil in Mr. Rats. Coming, please. Let me. I refuse to be bothered because this was impromptu. I think you edited the PowerPoint slide, right? Because I can't say it.
Hello, Moses. Can you hear us? I think because of time, we'll need to reschedule for the next presenter for today. Yes. So we'll go to the next presenter for today. Permit me to call on the stage Mr. Dr. Obembe for his presentation. Dr. Obembe for his presentation, on-site presentation. Okay, sir. I can just. Like just start speaking. Okay, let me just speak like that. Okay, sorry. So, yes, I give it to them. Okay. The topic is therapeutic pointer of common names of some wheat. Next, there's a way you can. So the paper is just more like a form of literature review based on my experience as a botanist taxonomy. So I selected some 5 plants, majorly 5 plants, based on common names given to them in literature, common English names. So I have Acacia alata because they are highly pictorial. If you see the picture, next,
one will be able to align with what one is being said. So the emphasis is mainly on pictures, then the naming, then the treatment nature, then conclusive talk. So just keep on, move it. Please move it. So we have pictorials of 2 weeks. We have a waste place week, and we also have the common Mexican sunflower, Tonia place, Tonia diversifolia. Then the first one that I need to speak on, we have the Acacia alata, which we call, that's introductory, ethnic, racial, traditional botany, ethnic, racial, traditional medicine. Then talking in terms of weeds, some are of waste places. Literally mean waste. Then we also have the highly popular, notorious, and common Mexican sunflower, Titonia diversifolia. So those ones are just for illustrative. They are the next 2, 1, 2. Please, they're supposed to move the slide. Okay. So this one is very common. The Mexican sunflower, the local people. Then this one, Acacia alata. I believe that the essence of this pictorial is that we should be able to flow along with the talk. So they call it ringworm acacia. So what people do is that they powder it, then they now mix it locally with palm oil. Then they use it to treat crocro and rashes or eczema. Then this one is pine leaf plant. And what they do is that they powder it too, then they mix it with honey. Then the person will tend to lick it to attract worms outside. And by the time the worms come somewhere near the intestine or what have you, then they are able to get treated, or the person is able to get devoid of worms. That first one, I was just speaking with somebody yesterday. He said that the tender leaves mixed with bitter melon, that they can use it to treat pine, and it's highly effective. So I need the next 2 pictorial slides. The next 2. We have the Euphorbia eater, which we call asthma. That's the next one, asthma weed. So people use the leaf decoction, asthma. So most of these things, the picture comes in because from the pictures we can relate with some of them. And what now means is that one does not have to wait till the person gets the asthma attack. It means that the person will be using it regularly. Then this one may not be too common. But for those that have the botany or taxonomy background, they call it sweet broom weed. So people use it to treat diabetes. But when you change the leaf, it comes out with natural sugar. So I think that the emphasis would be on taking it as alternative sugar relative to artificial sugar that we take in our diet. Then the last one, I think we would have been seeing this one in our drainages or gutter. So this one, they call this one the warm wheat, Fidelia and Telima. So it is the hot infusion that people use to treat intestinal worms. But from the literature I reviewed, the problem with it is that it's poisonous on relative dosage level. So the advice is always that for a small child, you give a teaspoonful in the morning, a teaspoonful in the evening. Then for adults, just 1 cup for the whole day. And literature says that you must not overindulge in the taking of this particular worm weed, because it has the tendency of dimming the vision, and it can also cause nervous system disorder. So conclusively, the emphasis is that some of these are plants based on the common English names relate to their therapeutic or curative or basically better treatment nature of diseases in human. Thank you very much. Okay, thank you very much. We would like to entertain questions based on the presentation. I don't know if you have any questions. Please tell us your name.
From Alikuma University. I want to speak saying is alternative to go or something. Can you please tell us the local name for the
Okay, so this is the first question. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Sharon Mujibwe from Samuel Adekunle University. I'm quite convinced that we need to study more fighting mechanism of action. That is about the cause of chemistry. We always so that it's not like the man is on the street selling one German extract for all kinds of. So if they're saying, if they are saying this is for particular condition, this is the biochemical mechanism. So did you describe that in your review? Okay, please, we said we'll take the questions together. Please, so note the second question. Yes, third question.
Yeah, thank you, sir, for the presentation. I am Iwo Okalawa from Samuel Adekunle University. When you were presenting, sir, something actually came, and I saw the that plan. Said in local, what people do is to just remove the leaf, cut it together, put it inside water, maybe to drink it. But there are some active agents inside the leaf. Some of them are beneficial, while some of them are detrimental. How do we quantify if taking everything?
Thank you very much. Please, I would advise you keep our questions straight to the point.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Tunde Olabi from October. Thank you very much. I just want to make a kind of contribution. You talk about a particular plan and said it is toxic, so it should be taken with caution, like 1 teaspoon for baby of the. Why, or do you try to like check for the LD50? If you check for the LD50 of this plant, it will enable you to really know the actual concentration you are giving, not just a teaspoon. A teaspoon, you will not really know how much of the consequence in that teaspoon. Likewise in the fall. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think that's much we can take for today. question also flew along the same. Just like somebody asking about chemical action, like another person asking chemical action. Yeah, I've already missing Gogoro. We have the one that is not Gogoro. So I think that one is Abrus Procatros also. So the contention is about chemical action. I started by saying that I'm a botanist with a taxonomic background. And the much I could do was that I had nomenclatural status basis, and the was shown. We also had the therapeutic nature, and with that, I knew that I had to put the active ingredient, which has been sourced or which has been seen in all these stated plants scientifically. Then I think there was a question about the dosage. Actually, you see, some of these things, like when you say, at times you wonder at the globality of some of these plants. Like the last one I showed, which I said, it's warm wheat, commonly on our drainages, on our gutter, Spidelia antelima. Yoruba, for my graphic nature mix. Surprised that Yoruba people also call it aparon. That is what they call it. And even based on my opening taxonomic background, and people can align with me, the concept, the word, genus, species, antilimia, that's anti-elmitic, that's the contention. So it has to go against, when you talk about anti-elmitic, based on our biological background, platyhelminthes, the tapeworms, and you also have the, if you want to now generalize, you now say intestinal worms, then you now align the round worms, nematoda. So that's the, so when you are talking about dosage, even at standard level, if we talk about recommended dosages, what is recommendational for me may not necessarily be recommendational for you. But there is an average level which we just have to concur. What I'm trying to say is that for a baby having to take a teaspoon in the morning, another teaspoon in the evening, we are just trying to exercise caution, just trying to be careful. And like I did in my write-up, I said overdosage, maybe if the child is so lean and the parents are so anxious that they want to quickly renovate the child, they may go to the level of overdose. And that's why literature warned that it can cause blood pressure. And when they use the word nervous system disorder, it can go to any level because it's talking about the brain and the central nervous system. So that's the situation.
I'm Mr. Kingsley, as in past Habas. Please, doctor, the name for that plant, Cassia alata, is it still maintaining that name, Cassia or Senna alata? I want you to really, because oftentimes you hear some of these plants, their name didn't change. So I wish to know. Thank you.
Your questions answers it. Talk at it. When you said that's why I said this taxonomy. You are talking at the level of what we call synonym. So the contention, like we have said, the current name is the Senna alata. So the old name that people have been used to over the years is Cassia alata. But the recent, more corrected name, if there's any English like that, is the Senna alata. Because I believe that Senna means die. If you ask directly meaning, Senna is a die. So maybe they feel that Senna will be better to talk of the active ingredients in the plant much more than just cassia.
Dr. Bengu, please.
Yes, Prof.
You see, the work you have presented, I must say that a lot of work still needs to be done. But I appreciate your limitation. You said you are a botanist, you are a taxonomist.
Yes, sir.
And therefore, some of the questions they raised here, for example, the biochemist asked you for mechanism. You cannot be talking of mechanism without doing in-depth laboratory work. The other one talked about dosage. Also, you cannot establish dosage without a lot of toxicological work. You know, all these call for the input of a lot of research from the chemists, the biochemists, the pharmacists, you know, before you can establish such things for these plants. Now, we cannot tax you on all those ones because the necessary, that is why there is collaboration. That's why there's collaboration. Even in orthodox medicine, a single endeavor cannot produce medicine and say this is medicine, can cure this and that. No way, no way. There are so many people involved. Now, from your own end, I would want you to make your work more elaborate. For example, you are a taxonomist.
Yes, sir.
You have taken a plant. Yes. For you to know that a plant could be looked into for the particular treatment of any ailment, you must have heard from people who have been using it. People must have given evidences that this thing can treat this. That is the level at which you can go. Just get information from them. Now, what you will now do is to enlarge that audience, your respondents. You need to enlarge it. If you have heard at this level from 5 people, it's not enough. Your review must carry evidence from a very large audience on each of the plants. When you do that, then the other scientists, like the biochemist who was asking for mechanism, can now take interest in it. And say, okay, since very large number of people have attested to the fact that this plant can treat this, let me look into the mechanism. The one who talked about dosage will also, since this large audience has given reports about the efficacy of this thing, let us look at it. You know, the chemist will say the same, the pharmacist will say the same thing. So that is your post I want you to enlarge. Did you take record of the number of respondents on all these plants that you are claiming are effective in all these things you mentioned?
Maybe the way I will respond may be somehow. This review, I prepared it on set specifically for a Weed Science Society of Nigerian University of Ibadan conference, but I could not deliver the paper. 2019 that they have been talking here, I was here, and my paper reads Floristic Survey. I could not deliver that paper. So I now, for being a taxonomist, Floristic Survey of my campus, Adekunle Ajashi University, Akuba, Akoko. So I now felt that I don't need, I will not, it won't better me to repeat that has been published in the 2019 COLBAS Conference. They now said, since I could not deliver it at University of Ibadan, and there were sub-teams, ethnomedicine, taxonomy, and ethnopharmacology. They are now said it fits in. Just based on personalized experience, just this week, personalized experience, just this week, one of my security men, they know me as a taxonomy. So he started looking after, because we are on strike, he started looking after for me. And I dwell in a neighboring town. Our university is at Akumba. I dwell at Ikare. So he was anxious about seeing me. So fortunately enough for him, I was in school on Monday. And I promised that I will be in school on the alternative day. Sorry, sir, on Wednesday. So I now said everybody knows the Acacia alata. Being somebody that is a novice, he never believed that he knows it until I showed him this form of Victoria.
It's all right.
He now, let me just put that little statement.
Okay.
He now said that while he's looking out for the plant, all his fellow security man, being our Africanized nature, what is it? What? He now said the tender leaves of that plant cooked with bitter melon. We call that bitter melon locally as egusi para, Colossanthus vulgaris, that it cures pile. That is what they call hemorrhoids also. And the concept of this paper is that it's ringworm cassia, ringworm disease treatment. So that's a new line. So I've given you the genesis of why I brought this paper. It's a form of review.
It's all right.
Thank you very much, Prof.
Very good. Very good. You add all those to your work.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank
you for everything. I think we'll get back to Moses Ehije. Moses Ehije, can you hear me? Okay. Thank you. Please share your slides. Technical, please, let's give him permission to share. Okay.
Good afternoon.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Moses Ehije, a graduate of biochemistry from Samuel Dobega University. And I'll be talking on the assessment of subchronic toxicity of Monodora myristica acid essential oil and Vistarat. So if we're talking about the aim of this project, justifications, the method that I used, my results, then I'll discuss my conclusions. All right, generally, essential oils are biochemical products generated in cytoplasmic fluids, which are located in intracellular space in the form of minute droplets. They are highly odorous and volatile in nature. And then they may appear colorless to light yellow in color and at ambient temperature and a surrounding temperature. So the aim of my project was to check for the toxic response associated with the high doses of this Monodora myristica acid essential oil administered to these oyster rats. So Monodora myristica acid essential oil, or specifically the Monodora myristica C.
Hello, Moses, can you hear me?
Yes.
Moses.
Yeah.
Please, can you move to the result, please, so that we save time?
Okay.
Is that okay?
Yeah. Yeah. The result I got from my 28 days of administration of my biomarkers on the rats. I conducted 5 experiments, collected on the control group, a positive control group, and I had 3 separate volumes administered of the Monodora myristica oil to the rats on 3 different groups, making my groups 5. Then I carried out analysis with serum creatinine, sodium ion, total protein, alanine aminotransferase, aspartate aminotransferase, uses spectrophotometry. The effect of exposing oyster rats to a serial low concentration of Monodora acid essential oil as presented as follows. So I'll be showing you a graph prism, and and also a histology of my results. So briefly, on administration of my serum creatinine concentration, there was a significant difference between the normal control and the test group 3, which shows that there was not really significant difference between the exact groups that were applied on the Monstera myristica subsidential oil on this blister rat, making it relatively non-toxic to them. Serum creatinine concentration is used to define to check for the amount of toxic products in the kidney, and the high concentration of this creatinine, serum creatinine concentration, shows that the kidney is not working or functioning accordingly or functioning well. Serum total concentration. In the serum total concentration here, we show that there's a significant difference between the normal control and the test group 3. As I was washed, the normal control were administered with distilled water. The positive control were administered with palm oil, and like I said, the test group 1, test group 2, and test group 3 were administered with different volumes of the Monstera myristica, this is essential oil, on different volumes. On the alanine aminotransferase enzyme, we see here that there was no significant difference between the test groups, with the test group 1, test group 2, and test group 3, but there was just a significant difference between the positive control and the normal control. Alanine aminotransferase is an enzyme that is found in the liver that helps to break down proteins. We have the serum concentration of sodium ion. Serum concentration of sodium ion, where we have a significant difference between the positive control and the normal control, but no significant difference between the test groups. Also for the aspartate aminotransferase, as the AST activity, we have no significant difference. Aspartate aminotransferase is an enzyme in the liver that degrades amino acids. All right, for the histology, we're looking at the microstructure of the liver tissues. Well, we notice that normal control with the long arrow, which is A, with the hepatocytes and directed synodal with slightly vacuolated nucleus with mild fatty changes. Hepatocytes are a construct of the liver that helps to degradation of toxic weights. In the B, that's for the positive control, we have with this visible centriole. So we have the centriole here, there's still visible centriole. With the hepatocytes and dilated synodal with slightly vacuolated nucleus with mild fatty changes, which you have here. For the test group C, which is this test group 1, which the administered Monodura myristic acid essential oil is, with this visible central with hepatocytes and dilated synovial with slightly vacuolated nucleus mild fatty changes. For the D, which is the second test group, with another no concentration of the Monodura essential oil that is administered on the rats. We have revealed dilated centrioles surrounded by mild mononuclear cells with the hepatocytes and dilated synovial with slightly vacuolated nucleus. For the E, which is the third no concentration of the Monodura essential oil on the rats. Yeah.
Moses, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Please just have a minute to wrap up your presentation and stand by for questions. Yes. Please, conclusion.
All right. So the enzymes AST, aspartate aminotransferase and alanine transaminase are biomarkers in diagnosis of the hepatic damage. They are released into the circulation after cellular damage. The concentration of the crude extracts used in this study did not induce a significant change in activity compared to the normal control group that we have seen so far in both the graph.
Yes, by this time, not
Moses. Hello, Moses.
I think we would need to.
We lost connection with.
We've lost connection here, and I think we'll move forward. I don't know if we have.
Please.
Okay, I think we have his supervisor here, so we'll just give the supervisor.
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. I worked with this young man presenting this paper, and I will just briefly give a review of what he's trying to tell us this afternoon. First and foremost, essential oils are mostly used in fragrances, in cosmetology, and all of that other area. And lipids, as they are, we know, are highly susceptible during storage. So these essential oils are soluble in organic solvents, just like lipids, which means they can easily traverse cell membranes and offer antioxidant capacity. So the bottom line first is we know for sure that these essential oils themselves, at a certain concentration, they are toxic. Now, if we are not interested in bringing them to edible materials, the first thing to do is, at the approved level of antioxidants like BHT, BHA, TBHQ, that we now know may be cancerous but are used extensively in our foods, we had to beat the concentration of the essential oils to that same approved level, 0.01% thereabout, and check if animals, experimental rats, Worcester rats in this case, take this dose continuously, if it will cause any, or if it will induce any toxic response. So we used those liver enzymes, since that is always the focal point of metabolism of foreign substances, and then looked at a few parameters from the kidney and all of that. So since we were exposing them to obnoxious, a chemical that they are not normally used to, we look at all the tissues, the microstructure of the tissues, the heart, the kidney, and the liver, to enable us check if there are structural changes that may be in those tissues that did not reflect in the serum parameters that were measured. And we observed that there were no significant differences. So it's a background for further study, because going forward, essential oils are complex mixtures. They have several compounds. There's an issue with the application, reproducibility. Essential oil from a plant in Ogwa and from the same plant in Kogi, for example, will be different because of environmental factors. So the background we have obtained for now is to establish the fact that at least at concentrations around the approved levels of the synthetic chemicals, there is no toxicity. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Any other question? We have any questions?
Thank you very much for that clarification. And as the supervisor, I think you are better placed to answer my question. I'm just wondering why you have to use just 3 animals for a study like this. Why you use just 3 animals for a study like this? 3 per group. Per group. Yes, why? How do you draw inference from just 3 animals per group? We don't know whether they were female or male. Were they female or male? No, it's not just because of the background. When you are dealing with antioxidants and whatever, definitely you have to use mirrors. But I was just curious, why just 3 animals? Normally you should have up to 5 minimum. So that when you are drawing inference from your statistics, so we can say, okay, this is representative. 3 animals per group, I don't know.
Okay, it's noted, sir, but just a point of information. We also have issues nowadays publishing, especially outside the confines of Africa, when it comes to research with animal studies. I had an experience with somebody recently. Yes, animal studies, when it involves trial, I'll tell you as minimum as possible, and you must get serious ethical approval. So that was one of the considerations. But if it's raised here now, it's noted.
Okay, thank you very much. I think that's the much we can get for that work. I think the next presenter is Mrs. Adepoju. Hope I got the name correctly. Please. Also, for questions online participants, please drop your questions. We would attend to them. Drop the questions and drop the name for who you be directing the questions to. Yes, thank you, Mrs. Ade.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Mujidat Omobalani Adepoju from Alikima University, Ilorin, Kwara State. I'm to present to you about citrulose lanolin. But before I start, I want to ask one question. As we're all gathered here, can I see like 2-3 hands that can testify that within last week or so, or let's say a month, watermelon fruit? We all know watermelon, right? Can I see hands up? Oh, I can see like 5 hands. Thank you so much. That is so interesting. I'm super excited to be here today to talk about this fruit we all know as watermelon. So these are the topic of my presentation today. Citrulose lanolin, watermelon, an important source of medicinal products. This is a review. Can I go to the next slide? So these are the outlines. I'm going to talk about the introduction, the objectives, the justification, the pharmacological properties of watermelon, and bioactive materials in watermelon. And we can see some of the medicinal value of watermelon, as well as we'll go to the discussion. I don't want to bore you with too much of slides, and we are all almost exhausted already. The justification for my study was to review the medicinal and non-medicinal value and pharmacological properties of plants based on previous reports and literature, so as to ensure that, so as to see the benefits and to see some of the gaps that are lagging behind. So this can ensure further research for researchers in traditional medicine and other aspects of research. Citrulus lanatus, watermelon, is a multi-purpose fruit that we can all find all around us, especially in tropic climates and some other parts of the country. Watermelon, maybe the name watermelon comes because this fruit contains about 93% of water, and hence I believe that's the reason why it earned the name watermelon. The fresh and dry young leaf and seed of this watermelon are sources of vital minerals and vitamins that is very beneficial to some of the ailments we are facing these days. So I believe we can make more researches on this fruit. We can be able to resolve some of the challenges we are facing in the health system these days. These are the general objective. I've already mentioned that. Can we move on? So the methodology used for this review was to searched some of the search engines, the scientific sites like the PubMed, the ScopeMed, the Scopus, to ensure that we find some of the ethno-medicinal uses and pharmacological activities of watermelon. Okay, so in order not to bore us with too much of talking because we're already exhausted. So this is what watermelon looks like. These are the leaves of watermelon. Why the fruit? There are lots of varieties of watermelon. In the next slide, we are going to see some of them. So these are, some of the watermelon normally come in red flesh. This is due to the presence of lycopene and beta carotene. Why some of them look like yellow in color? This is due to the presence of neostatine and phyolazatine and the other. And we also have the orange-fleshed watermelon due to the presence of beta carotene and the others as well. And in case you find a whitish watermelon like this, don't be scared and say, my watermelon is unripe or something. This is also a kind of another variety of watermelon. These are the sources. Thank you. Next slide. So what are the nutritional value of watermelon? Citrulus lanatus contains about 6% sugar and 92% of water by weight, and as with many other fruits, is a source of vitamin C. We all know how vital vitamin C is to our health, to prevent us from scurvy and to boost our immune system. So if you are lagging behind in this or you have deficiency, I would advise you take lots of watermelon. Every aspect of the fruit of watermelon has nutritional value, including the rind and the seed. So I could remember back then while I was in Sudan, the first fruit I was offered when I got there was watermelon. So I saw one of the residents there trying to chew on the seed. I was like, you are supposed to discard that seed. Why are you eating it? He said, no, because the seed itself contains some beneficial vitamins. And like I said, okay, let me try it on. So when I tried to chew on it, actually, I loved it. I love the taste. So I was like, whenever I'm eating my watermelon, I like to take it as a whole. Watermelon is a source of bioactive compounds such as glucosamine and the likes. So one of the two major vitamins in watermelon are vitamin A and vitamin C. Like I already mentioned, vitamin A good for the sight. So a cup. Okay. So these are some of the medicinal value of watermelon in case, and some of them are already proven, scientifically proven research evidence to show that watermelon helps to keep the heart healthy. It helps to treat inflammations. It keeps you hydrated. It aids digestion, good for pregnant women. It prevents muscular degeneration, control blood pressure, improve skin and hair health, and the other properties. Those are the medicinal values you can get via watermelon. So I think this should interest us more as a researcher, that we are all gathered here to learn more about fruits and other herbs that we can use to aid some of the ailments, and so that we can work hand in hand with orthodox medicine. So these are the pharmacological activities of watermelon, and these are the references to them for your perusal. So watermelon has anti-inflammatory activity, antioxidant, antidiabetic activity, and when taken in large dose, it's going to give the effect of laxative activity as well. And it also acts as hepato protective activity and analgesic potential. So these are the references to these claims. You can go through them and thank you. So these are the discussion. Watermelon is a famous fruit in the indigenous system of folk medicine, also known to contain bioactive compounds such as the ones mentioned here. Watermelon seed has been used for its pharmacological activities like antibacterial, antifungal, antimicrobial, and also an anti-inflammatory value since centuries. So I believe we, as we're all gathered here, there's a take-home message for all of us that we need to research more, call on other researchers like the biochemistry and the other all these the stakeholders to put heads together and make research, and let's see all what has been claimed by these researchers, if actually they were just right, and if so, let us incorporate it into our traditional medicine or alternative medicine. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. I don't know if we have questions. We'll be able to take only 2 questions for this reason.
Thank you for that presentation. Well, I always have issues with reviews like this. Because, yes, you are reviewing it, review is accepted in conferences, but technically, none of those is your work. Is there anything you have done in the past or now to show that these things you are presenting for them? All right, what I just want to tell you is to expand your literature review in that wise. If you say, for example, there were very concrete statements you made, and there was one strong one. Let's say can treat the heart disease or stroke.
Effective heart. High blood pressure.
That was very strong. Now. Please bring that table where you have that blue background. That blue background, table with blue background. You agree that there are some very strong statements you made.
That's why it was referenced.
Sorry?
That was the reason it was referenced. For everyone put there's a reference to it.
Yes, it's okay. You reference them.
Yes, sir.
To prove that those things have been established.
Yes, sir.
But what I'm saying is that for such points,
okay,
one reference is not enough. You understand?
Just for the sake of the presentation, sir, the reason why all is not included here.
For example, static hyperplasia activity, anti-diabetic. Diabetes is a major challenge for mankind. So a lot of people are waiting to see this kind of thing, to see whether this will bring the desired relief. Let's try, do more literature, and then try to back them up. In other words, expand your posts as far as this review is concerned.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you for the presentation. For encouraging us to take watermelon. But at the end of your presentation, I could not match your conclusion with your justification. You justified your study or your review, but your conclusion did not actually match the reason you embarked on this trip. You did not achieve it. We take it that way.
Actually, sir, for the sake of the conference, I was like, I don't want to like bring much slides on to get people bored. So, but the report has the answers to what you just asked me. Yes, they are there, sir. They are mentioned, sir.
Okay, I would take 2 more questions. Please, let's try and make sure we are as brief as possible. Let's try and make sure we're as brief as possible.
Thank you for the presentation. I just want to make some suggestions. You did a review, not a wet lab work. So I was expecting you make some recommendations. Yes, you make some recommendations. This is the review, like you said, and it's extensive from the references that we'll see there. Then another thing, watermelon is everywhere. I was also expecting that the references will be more current. If you are saying we should consume it, then as at 2021, 2022, what are the benefits so far that have been so published? Thank you.
I think before you respond to that, I'll take the last question.
Thank you very much for the wonderful presentation. I'm Tunde Owolabi. Please, in your outline, you listed bioactivity, then down pharmacological activity, and in the main work, we have medicinal importance. Can you clarify between medicinal importance, pharmacological activity, bioactivity? That is one. Then there is a claim on the percentage of water. I saw 93%, and later in the presentation, I saw 92. Perhaps that's a mistake which you need to rectify. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Can I just add my question? I noticed for watermelon, we normally throw out the back. Have you come across any literature stating the biochemical applications for the bark? Why do we always throw the bark and take the fleshy part of the fruit? Thank you.
Let me begin with the last question. Okay, I'm going to begin with the last question, asking about the benefits in the back of the watermelon. Actually, like I said, this is a review, it's not a research. So I didn't actually analyze to see what they contain. But I believe some of the, according to some of the literature review I found, they mentioned that including the rent, they are all beneficial. So I believe that should be an area of research for some people to work on. The second question was asking about current, I remember, current research about benefit of watermelon. Is that your question, sir? According to the literature review found, I think the latest so far was the one 2014. That is what? It's too long. Maybe that is a neglected aspect that other people are just looking down on watermelon. So I believe we should all stand and do something. So if we are all here talking about watermelon and the last review will be 2014, I think there's a gap. Like I mentioned, we want to see some of the gaps where we can fit in. So maybe this is one of the gaps that we need to work on. It shouldn't just be 2014 that we'll be talking about watermelon.
Okay, thank you very much. I think she has done a good job on it. So we'll be going to our next presenter, which will be virtual. Mifon waiter. I don't know.
Good afternoon, everybody.
Good. Thank you very much. I think we'll be sharing the slides from here. Technical team, please. Can we set up the slides? Okay, please. Please, be audible. Be more audible, please.
Okay.
Yeah. Good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon, the dean present, professors present and seated, all lecturers. My name is Onwaitomfon, and we're part of science, given the fast rate to which the study of plants has evolved over the years. African medicinal plants research issues and prospective management of disease in the 21st century. I'll be discussing on a project research I carried out, making use of a natural plant known as the Monodora myristica. Now, the topic was comparative in vitro assessment of the antioxidant capacity of carvacrol, butylated hydroxytoluene, and the Monodora myristica seed essential oil. Going further, I'll be discussing on the introduction and background, the study of this topic, the aim we proposed to derive, the methods used, the results, conclusion after carrying out all of the assays. Now, it is important to note that essential oils, according to the International Organization for Standardization, is a term reserved basically for products derived from natural plants through a process of distillation. Further research has proven that essential oils, aside having the ability to serve as flavoring and preservatives that we know, they also exhibit therapeutic abilities due to their antioxidant composition. Someone might decide to ask, what are antioxidants and why are they so important? Now, it is important to know that antioxidants are molecules that avert cellular destruction as a result of oxidation of other molecules. And these antioxidants have been in the history of man as long as creation itself. And it was first studied in 1976. There are various kinds of antioxidants. We have synthetic, we have natural antioxidants. Now, moving on to my fourth slide, I will be relating essential oils, antioxidants, and diseases together. Now, relating these terms to diseases, it is important to note that oxidation is a biochemical reaction that offers electrons from one molecule to an oxidizing agent. Now, oxidation reactions can as well be damaging, even though they are crucial for life. Oxidative stress contributes to various human diseases such as cardiovascular diseases, cancer, neurological disorder, Parkinson's disease, inflammatory disease, and so on, as we have it to be. Now,
Are we together? Can you hear us?
given its medicine.
Yes, go ahead, we can hear you.
The aim of this work was to determine the comparative in vitro antioxidant capacity of the Monodora myristica seed essential oil and carvacrol in several in vitro assays. The first method that was carried out was the extraction of the essential oil from the seed, co-sponsored shelled. Thereafter, they were homogenized to fine powder using a mechanical blender. And the extracted oil was dried by adding sodium carbonate and stored in an airtight bottle. After extraction of this oil, we carried out 4 different assays. Now, the first on the list, if you would look at the first on the list on slide 7 rather, is the ferric reducing power assay. This assay is a procedure that is grounded on electron transfer rather than hydrogen transfer, atom transfer. Now, the assay is built on the ability of pH to reduce the ion 3 to ion 2. The next assay we carried out was the ferrous metal chelating, otherwise known as the ion scavenging activity. This is based on the antioxidant property of the natural plant extract, and it was carried out using a spectrophotometric method. The next on the list is the total antioxidant capacity. This was based on the ratio of amount of free radicals that are removed by the test solution. Lastly, we have the nitric oxide scavenging activity. Now, moving on to the next slide, all of these three last assays were carried out using spectrophotometric method. Now, moving on to the last slide, we will discuss the results obtained from these assays. Now, table 1 on the 9th slide will show you that the highest metal chelating activity was obtained from seed oil, which was significantly higher and different from the scavenging activity of BHT and carbachol across all the concentrations that were studied. The table 2 of the next slide will show you that the highest nitric oxide scavenging activity was obtained for BHT and was significantly different from the scavenging activity of the seed oil itself and carbachol across the concentration using power assay that shows you that the highest scavenging activity was obtained for the seed oil and was significantly different from the scavenging activity of the extract across all the concentration that we studied. Now, the last table, which is on slide 12, will show you that the total antioxidant capacity, that the highest scavenging activity was obtained from carbachol and was significantly different from other ones, that of BHT and the seed oil. Now, the result of this study points to the fact that the phytochemical composition of Monodora myristica possesses antioxidant properties that can be comparable to that of the standard antioxidants, whether synthetic or natural. From the tendency that was observed in this study and on other reports so far from the study of phytochemicals, the antioxidant capacity can be correlated to the concentration of the phytochemicals. Thank you so very much for your time.
Thank you very much. Just to further clarify what she has presented this afternoon, the work is almost a continuation of what Ehije presented a few minutes ago. And like I said earlier, essential oils comprise several compounds, and it is actually difficult to reproduce results because of these quantitative phytochemical differences. So what we did here was to use in silico methods to oil, and carbachol was selected. We went into literature search and we observed that carbachol actually has antioxidant capacity, and it also is a structural analog of BHT. So we now decided to check if at the same concentration, an active antioxidant in the entire lot will give us an equal result close to BHT, a synthetic antioxidant, and the crude extract. And the results she showed us here show that carbachol could stand as a sole compound with a comparable antioxidant activity compared to both the crude extract and the synthetic antioxidant. So the overall aim of the result is, if we want to go further now to apply compounds from essential oil, we can now start looking in the direction of a compound like carbachol and other structural analogs like thymol that are also useful in food applications already. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think our supervisor just shed more light into presentations. I think we'll move on. Yes, we'll move on to someone on site, please, before we... Okay, Okay, the rapporteur has appealed we pick someone virtual and would be going for Mr. Karim. Mr. Karim Olaide, please share your screen and please be audible. And keep to time, please. 5 minutes, please. 5 minutes.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm unable to share my screen.
Please, Olaide Karim, can you please share? Please share your
Yes,
screen.
I'm trying to share my screen. I'm seeing all stars disabled screen sharing. I don't know if the all stars enabled me to share now.
Okay, I think we'll get back to you. We'll move forward. And yes, we're having technical issues. I think we would go to
Good afternoon, Prof. and my colleagues. I'm Dr. Mrs. Augusta Edenbedion from the Department of Medical Biochemistry, Faculty of Basic Medical Sciences, Abozali University. The title of my presentation is The Effect of aqueous extract of black seed on oxidative stress in allosan-induced diabetic Wister rats. Now, black seed, the botanical name is Nigella sativa, and it's commonly called black seed, Ghana seed, or black cumin. It is the seed of a dicotyledonous flowery plant. It is dark outside, and the inside is whitish in color. It has a slight aromatic smell, and when you taste it, it is bitter to taste. Now, some people call it the miracle seed because of its medicinal values. And evidence from previous studies shows that the black seed has a lot of pharmacological properties, including antimicrobial, antibacterial, anti-inflammatory, and anti-cancer. And one particular study by Khan et al. 2003. Please, I'm sorry, my slide is not here. I thought the technical session will take place tomorrow. That's why I didn't come with my laptop. So one particular study by Khan et al. 2003 stated that the black seed oil can prevent oxidative stress in diabetic rats. And there have been speculations that black seed is a potent antioxidant agent and that it has an outstanding efficacy in improving antioxidant activities. So we decided to carry out this experiment to investigate the effect black seed, the aqueous extract of black seed, would have on allosan-induced diabetic rats, on the oxidative stress in allosan-induced diabetic rats. And we actually made use of 50 albino rats, which we divided into 5 groups. Now, the first group, we gave distilled water. The second group, we gave 5 ml of distilled water to the first group. The second group, we gave 20 milligrams per kilogram body weight of metformin, which is a drug they use in treating diabetes. Sorry, the second group we gave only Aloxan, 170 milligram per kilogram body weight. Then the third group, we gave Aloxan, 170 milligram per kilogram body weight, and metformin, which is a drug used to treat diabetics. Then the fourth group, we gave 170 milligrams of Aloxan and 20 milligrams per kilogram body weight of aqueous extract of black seed. Then the fifth group, we gave 170 milligrams of Aloxan and 40 milligrams per kilogram body weight of aqueous extract of black seed. Now the experiment took 28 days. At the end of the 28 days, we observed that the group 3, which is the group giving Aloxan, the Aloxan was used to induce diabetes in the rats. We observed that the group 3, which were given Aloxan and metformin, had decrease in their malondihride value, while their antioxidant status increased. We also observed the same effect in the group 4 and the group 5 that were given Aloxan and aqueous extract of black seed. Now, previous researchers have reported that black seed has one of the active ingredients of black seed is thymoquinone, and that this thymoquinone is a free radical scavenging, has free radical scavenging ability. And previous studies also show that diabetic patients usually have studies precisely by Musa et al. 2008 and Trose et al. 2015 specifically stated that diabetic patients usually have increased malondihride values and decreased antioxidant system. And the result we got from the experiment was that there was decrease in malondihride value. And of course, malondihride is a biomarker for oxidative stress. So we observed that there was decrease in malondihride value and increase in the antioxidant enzymes we measured. And the antioxidant enzymes we measured were catalase, superoxide dismutase, and glutathione. And based on our results and the previous studies by others, we concluded that black seed may reduce oxidative stress and so may be protective against diabetes in rats. And so our results substantiate, because before now, black seed have been used, especially in the Middle East and in the Far East, in alternative medicine to treat different ailments. So we concluded with our result justifies the use of black seed in alternative medicine in the treatment of diabetes. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I don't know if we have questions. Any questions on online? I don't know if we have questions online. Okay, we'll take a comment. Nobody's. We don't have...
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Negudu. Black seed extract. You based your work on the fact that they said the extract is medicinal.
Yes, sir.
And then you decide to pick on diabetes. Is it?
Yes.
What informed that choice?
Because in our society, in our environment, the area where I live, you discover that a lot of people that are either suffering from diabetes or hypertension. It's very paramount in our environment. So I decided to see, because I've already done a work on avocado pear, and we discovered that it can help prevent diabetes. So we now said, okay, let's find out the effect this one will have. Because it's a common element around us, and we need something that will help us in our environment.
And then you got, will I say positive results?
Yes, sir.
An
Positive.
encouraging result.
Yes, sir.
You discovered, you found.
Yes, sir.
Is it a discovery or a finding? Which one?
Finding.
It's a finding.
Yes, sir.
Now, your last statement in this abstract, it therefore substantiates the use of black seed extract in alternative medicine for the treatment of diabetes. Don't you think that statement is too strong?
Too strong.
Too strong, very strong, because it's a finality.
Yes, sir, because Musa et al.
Yes.
Told us that diabetic patients usually have decreased oxidative, increased oxidative stress and decrease in the antioxidant system. And it's not the only one. I just picked those two, Musa and Trose. A lot of other researchers have worked and discovered that diabetic patients, they usually have increased oxidative stress, informed by the formation of reactive oxygen species and a decrease in the antioxidant system. Okay. So if we have any plant that will decrease oxidative stress and increase antioxidant system, it will help.
And that's what you have in black seed.
Yes, sir.
I see. It's all right. We'll look at it further during the review. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Are we okay? We still have one more question.
Thank you, Madam Presenter. Like the chairman of the session said, you actually work with 50 rats. Is it not?
Yes, yes.
From which community?
Okay, we bought the rats from our animal house. In College of Medicine, we have an animal house.
And you know, I want to further what he said. That last statement is too heavy.
Okay.
If you agree with me as a scientist, because with just 50 and the rats may be from one location, you cannot just say now, let everybody begin to make use of the extract for diabetes. How about if there are other toxicity and acute issues that will come up? So you try to refine and make it a suggestive conclusion. Also stating that, okay, further work will be done based on your findings. Looking from your abstract, because I have a
okay. I don't know, maybe it's in the full length. Okay, maybe in the full length paper, I've written that one. But I stated before that it substantiates, and I said it may protect. I use that word may before, and I said it substantiates the fact.
Okay, thank you very much. I think we need to move to the next presenter. We'll be going back to Karim Olayide for the presentation. Karim, can you hear us? And please be audible.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Dr. Karim Olayide from Nigeria Institute of Medical Research, and I'm here to present a paper on behalf of the other authors titled GCMS Profiling and Phytochemical Analysis of Extract of African Breadfruit, the Trichulia africana seed. This is my outline. By way of introduction, African breadfruit is from the family Moraceae and is an important food crop in Nigeria, which is locally called Ukwa among the Igbos and then Afon in the Yoruba land. The extracted seed have been known to be a relative cheap source of minerals, protein, carbohydrates, and fats. The leaves are particularly rich in vitamins, carbohydrates, phytochemicals, but the seed is only the edible part of this plant. The aim of the study, the seed is known for its great nutritional and medicinal importance, but there is little analytical information on the chemical profile. And therefore, we designed this gas chromatography mass spectrometry profile and phytochemical constituents of African breadfruit. And the objectives are stated below. to identify the phytochemical compounds present and also the phytocomponents present in the ethanol and methanol extract of African breadfruit seed. Methodology. The plant materials were gotten from commercial seller, and the extract was prepared by weighing the powder, then transferred to a flask, which was then treated with 100% ethanol and methanol until it is finally soaked and then incubated for 72 hours, which was then filtered through a Wattman filter paper. This extract is what we use for the GCMS analysis. For the phytochemical screening, we use the standard method as described by Edioga et al. With slight modifications. We did both the qualitative and the quantitative phytochemical screening. For the GCMS analysis, once we had our filtrates that was subjected to the GCMS analysis, which is used to identify the compounds present, we identify the compound's name, molecular weight, the formula, using the National Institute of the NIST, having more than 62,000 patents, and also the biotechnological website. The equipment is Agilent. It's called the Agilent 5977 BGC MSD system, which is coupled with an Agilent 8860 auto sampler. We also used helium gas as the carrier gas with a constant flow of 1 ml per minute. An injection volume of 1 microliter was used. So our results and discussion. The phytochemical analysis of the seed of African breadfruit shows presence of alkaloids in minute quantity as confirmed by the qualitative and quantitative method. We have tannins present, saponin, which are the highest of all the phytochemicals, the flavonoids also the second highest. We have steroids, cardiac glycosides, and also the terpenoids. The GCMS analysis also for the ethanolic extract, we had peaks, 14 peaks, which shows that there are 14 compounds present, while the methanolic extract showed 9 peaks. The compounds are identified in tables 3 and 4, which will be shown later. And it was revealed that citral had the highest concentration, which it happens to be the major compound in the ethanol extract, which had 38.8%, followed by these other minor compounds. While the methanolic extracts reveal that P-xylene had the highest concentration with 57.82%. So this is table 3, showing the compounds, their formula, molecular weight, and the areas that they covered. And this figure 1 is showing us the peaks from the compounds identified. This is from the methanolic extract also, which identified 9 compounds with their formula, their molecular weight, and their area percentage, and also the figure showing their peaks. Discussion. The identified compounds in the extract of T. africana, they belong to different classes, which include the heteroaromatic compound, the aromatic hydrocarbon, hydroxybenzoic acid derivatives, organosilicon compounds, catechol, and also the monoterpenes. The heteroaromatic compounds, they are usually found in environments naturally, and they occur in nucleic acid, vitamins, antibiotics, and they are used in pharmaceutical, agrochemicals, and veterinary products. Their biological activities include being an antifungal, antibacterial, anti-inflammatory, anticonvulsant, and also insecticidal agents. Since we have high percentage of xylene, which is not supposed to be so in a food that people eat, we had to classify it also. And it's classified as an aromatic hydrocarbon, which are environmental contaminants. They form sediments in the soil, the plants, or during the post-harvesting processing, such as roasting of this seed, using coal to burn things. They are toxic and can be both genotoxic and carcinogenic. The presence of P. xylem may be associated with processing of the seed of T. africana. And Baker et al. In their study reported that washing reduces the amounts of high molecular polyaromatic hydrocarbons on plant surface. So if we are going to be doing anything with these seeds, it's recommended that we wash as much as possible. The terpenes are also naturally occurring compounds. You remember that I mentioned citra being the highest in the ethanol extract. It belongs to the terpenes, monoterpenes specifically, and they have wide range of medicinal use, such as anti-insect, antimicrobial, anti-cancer, anti-diabetics, and phytochemicals from medicinal plants have been recommended for treating type 2 diabetes, of which terpenes forms the major constituent. T. africana seed contains several of these terpenoids. If you check that table from the classification, most of the compounds that were identified were terpenoids, which may explain its anti-diabetic and antiviral activities in traditional medicine. In conclusion, we identified 23 chemicals constituents from the ethanol and methanol seed of T. africana by GCMS analysis, and the various presence of bioactive compounds justifies the use of this seed for various ailments by traditional practitioners and should be explored further for its anti-diabetic potentials. These are my references. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much. Thank you for that powerful presentation. I don't know if we have questions or comments from the online participants. Do you have any questions? Okay.
Okay. Yes, Karim, thank you for this, your presentation. It's, I can see that the very detailed work you did, GCMS profiling of extracts of this seed. Now, this profiling you did you use any reference standard anywhere, no, to confirm your findings? I know this your profiling. I want to have the details. How did you really carry out the GCMS profiling that you did of these extracts? And then you confirm that there are these phytochemicals that you are claiming are present in there. The phytochemical constituents. Any confirmatory steps taken?
Please, Dr. Karim, can you hear us?
Yes, I can. I wanted to take all of the questions. Sorry, sir. Okay, should I answer you now, sir?
You can answer now.
Okay, thank you very much for your question, sir. The profiling, we have a GCMS machine in the Nigerian Institute of Medical Research, and that was what was used to analyze the sample that we had collected. And the GCMS, it has an inbuilt library. So once you have a compound identified in your sample, we now compare that compound, we check for its profile in that library. That is how we make the compound. That is how we know what compound is this. Then we also have to at least know the class of compounds it belongs to. That was what we did. And also the phytochemical constituents. There are some research on phytochemical composition of African breadfruit. Although we did not find any on GCMS analysis, but we found on phytochemical composition the quantitative and the qualitative aspects of the work. Thank you.
Just a comment here on your presentation. First, thank you very much for the wonderful presentation. I am particularly disturbed by the fact that you observed PAH, the polyaromatic hydrocarbons, in your profiling in the course of your work. This is quite disturbing because we are talking about phytomedicine, everybody going back to plants, but what we must carry along in these studies is the indiscriminate use of chemicals from which these compounds can contaminate, because they can bioaccumulate in plants, and from there, because from your report now, these plants, based on the phytochemical composition, can be studied further for biochemical activities. Now, will there be the possibility of removing these toxicants? It's just a general comment and a question for all of us to take home. It applies across board. We travel around nowadays, especially in our nation here in Nigeria, and we see in farmlands, insecticides, herbicides, in the market, insecticides, herbicides used indiscriminately without control. So we must take note as scientists, so that if we're talking about phytomedicine, let's carry this toxicity aspect along, so that you don't get benefits from the phytochemicals and then disease from the toxicants. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I think we'll be having, yes, thank you for the presentation. I think we'll be having Samson Afolabi. Samson Afolabi, can you get us? Yes, thank you very much.
Colleagues, presenting the paper on the medicinal value of African pear. There are all these abilities, the implication for agricultural extension activities. And the focus of the paper is actually to a review work on existing investigation on African pear. Even though generally people consume it, and also is found virtually around every compound in the southeastern part of the country here, even in this our local community, even in Edo State, it's found everywhere. And also through agricultural extension activities, we're able to discover too that even farmers themselves have a perception on what is the medicinal value of the African pear, commonly called the ube in the southeastern parts of the country. And also through agricultural extension, we also discovered that even in the other parts of the country, particularly in the West, it's rarely cultivated. But here, particularly in the Southeast, Edo Delta, where it is found virtually around the homestead, it's consumed. They even move it to other parts of the country for sale. So the literature review helps extensively on existing work that have been done by professionals in the area of ethnomedicine. And the proximate composition and the medicinal value of African pear, based on existing literature, was also reviewed. And from existing work, I found that a lot of medicinal values have been discovered about the African pear, commonly called ube, because of the proximate analysis and some other minerals that are contained in it, like the protein level was analyzed by Omogbaya or Jabulu to be about 2.89 to 4.36 based on the different levels of processing given to it, because we also discovered that commonly it's either ube is boiled or it's also roasted in the fire, which another investigator also found that even that different levels of whether roasting or boiling also reduce the toxicity level to the barest minimum acceptable to the WHO, FAO, joint experts on what should be in the food. So the emphasis is actually the gap that the extension activities in the area of agriculture as related to farmers. The gap left in emphasizing the medicinal value of crops with the case study of African pear, which the farmers themselves have a perception. But literatures too have also revealed that lots of work can be done on how it can promote oral health, how it can also help in healthy skin, and also the antioxidant capacity have also been well documented because of the vitamin C content. Also because of the vitamin B content, it was also found in literature that is useful for pregnant women and protection of DNA cells, among all other things that are done in the body. We also found in the literature that it's also used for weight loss because of the food fiber content. Minerals that were found to be present in it, according to Omogbai and Ejeburu 2010, includes phosphorus, potassium, calcium at different levels, different percentages as revealed in that literature. But the relevance of extension principles in crop medicinal value, as emphasized in this paper, is just pointing to the fact that agriculture extension in 1990 precisely, the Nigerian government went ahead to introduce what we call unified extension service, which emphasizes livestock production, virtually every area of agriculture, But we discovered that even with that emphasis, they talk about marketing, they talk about crop production. No emphasis at all is given to the subject matter area of medicinal value of crops. And like I said earlier, even these farmers have their own perception of what these crops can do to them. So this paper helps on the fact that there are extension principles that are relevant based on the unified extension system, where there are subject matter specialists for specific areas in agri to emphasize to farmers what they should do in various areas to improve their production. So it shouldn't just be the issue of making emphasis alone on how to produce well, how to use herbicide, but the medicinal value of these crops should also be an emphasis in agriculture extension. Two theories were used to back up this review work. The first one is the knowledge gap theory, and the second one is the diffusion and innovation theory. The knowledge gap theory emphasizes on the fact that there's a gap in knowledge of what has been done by investigators in several areas that are still existing in literature, that also exist in literature, on what the farmers too also know, particularly in this century where there are issues of emerging diseases globally, COVID-19, Lassa fever, and from several literature, we discovered that even this African pear, an authority also noted that it has antimicrobial property, for which it can be beneficial to human beings. And the methodology, like I said, helps on the fact that as an agriculture extension specialist on the field in relating to this farmer, the experience come to play. Then literatures, the libraries, and on the internet were gathered, put together to put the key emphasis on the fact that agricultural extension work should also emphasize the benefit of the medicinal value of crops, not just talking about every other thing, the medicinal value, particularly in this age where the issue of indigenous knowledge is coming to play virtually in every area of human endeavor, particularly in health. The emphasis is very strong, even in climate change now, the emphasis on indigenous knowledge. But beyond that, the fact that these people have their own idea of what these crops have, there are enough work that have been done by several authorities beyond the food value of crops that the extension needs to emphasize. The conclusion that the peculiarity of agricultural extension as a veritable tool to enlighten the farmers and educate them on what they are doing as a way of helping themselves and the farm family and the general populace to improve and provide more food is the fact that agricultural extension is also key in emphasizing the medicinal value of crops, as is becoming the emphasis now. Even discovered that even from several foreign authorities. There are several things now that are packaged that are selling to us in the country. For example, I was in a conference the last 2 weeks. They said they package honey now in a capsule. And people buy it. And it's good, not as if it is not good. Meanwhile, farmers themselves produce some of these things. They have a fair knowledge. But all the existing work that have been done by specialists in all this area, the emphasis on this paper is that there is the need for agricultural extension workers to carry some of these things home. And the recommendation here talks about promoting further research and development in crops medicinal value chain, and that it deserves priority of attention because of the immense health benefits of from different crops as have been found, and particularly because of the emerging incidence of diseases globally in various forms now. So also integration of crops medicinal value as core subject matter in agricultural extension as a global need deserves implementation. Like I said earlier on, several areas are emphasized in agricultural extension to today. Use of herbicides, crop production, fishery, doing this, even marketing. But really, in fact, there is no policy yet on the area of emphasizing the medicinal value of crops. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for that powerful presentation. I don't know if we have comments, questions. Any comments, questions? And please, if you're online and you would like to present, please signify on the chat box so that we would schedule you immediately. Yes. So we have one question here.